Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Yeah, yeah, lights on, chat awake. What's the move tonight? Sweet Pea in the room, yeah, you know the vibe, right? Quick, quick, sharp mind cutting through the noise. Got the whole room laughing when she drops her voice. Eyes on the screen and she reads the whole room. From drugs to facts, she's ahead of the boom. Not just her talk, yeah, she bringing receipts. When Sweet Pea speaks, everybody hits repeat. She don't just show up, she sets the tone. One line from her in the chat's blown. Smart, funny feelings, yeah, that's the code. Main character energy fully in mode. Whoa. Sweet Pea, Sweet Pea. Say it louder when she enters the scene. Sweet Pea, got the jokes, got the facts, got the meme. Hey, hey. When she talks, everybody leans in. Sweet Pea, yeah, you know she always wins. One line of queen, yeah, she never miss. Turn a quiet room into a viral clip. Brains and humor in a perfect blend. When Sweet Pea starts talking, that's the trend. Say it again, who runs the chat? Sweet Pea, yeah, that's that. Sweet Pea, yeah, you know she always wins.
up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be where you at. What's up? What's up? What's up? Y'all ready to go? Oh, I tell you, I was like, with the fireworks that they had in this doggone case yesterday, we don't have no choice but to do this case first. I don't know how long. This will definitely wake you up in the morning. Wow, oh wow. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of work to do. We got work to do. We got a job, baby. We got stuff to do. We got stuff to do. That's what I can tell you. And I mean plenty of it. So I couldn't figure out. I was like, well, I didn't really want to get no TiVo time in here, but it is what it is. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hey, Christine. Hey, Susie. Hey, Martina. I don't know. They was up all night watching videos. I said, now watch. They all up here in this stream room watching movies on Discord, and all of them be late for court. But I see y'all not late. Y'all not that late. I know who will be late. What's up, Martina? Good morning. Hey, Drunky. Hey, lady. Hey, Earl. Uh-oh. Let me see. Hey, Merelda. I was like, they all over here in this stream room watching movies all night. I see that Susie is the only one. SD be the one who just be rolling around in the bed still. What's up, Amy? She's still probably rolling around in the bed, but up all night long watching whatever they was watching in there. Hey, Sin. Oh, yeah, we do got a holiday today. Today is Happy Margarita Day. Well, Cinco de Mayo. But I'm going to say it's Happy Margarita Day. Oh, get the margaritas on deck, baby. Hey, lawyer's daughter, how are you? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. So we got our DIG case, our Stefon Diggs. He be out here digging them. And I do me digging them. Put them all right in the same house and dig them all out. Yes, Taco Tuesday. That's a holiday every day. Yeah, he say he gonna dig them all. Put them all in the same house, and I'm gonna dig them all out. He must think he dig Doug. Y'all remember that game on, was it on Atari or Nintendo? One of the things I think they still like bring it back in some ways. The dig Doug, he run around here like dig Doug. He out here digging them, and they can't handle the truth. They can't handle the truth. They don't. Hey, you cannot leave me, and I cannot go on vacation with you, boo. And you taking the other one just because me and her got into it. Oh no. Oh no. You gonna take me too? He decided not to take her. Okay, that started a whole shit storm of stuff going on. But hey, that's what happens when you create those kind of dynamics and relationships, and everybody's not really on board. You know, like I tell people, it's good for people until it's not good. Always remember that. People are allowed to change their minds, their thoughts, their feelings, their beliefs, their everything. You have an opportunity to do all of those things. So it may have been good for her at one point in time, and it's just not good no more. So there's that. So let's see here. We are going to I hope they did, Amy. They was up all night with you. And he said, did anybody sleep with him? She'd have kept them up all night. Yes, she want to burn the house down, Earl. Exactly. But you know, men that are in these positions, they have to stop putting themselves in these positions, right? They have to understand that they have money, they have value, they have an image, they have all of those things, because the same thing that Stefon doing, my boyfriend at 19 years old was doing the same thing, right? But he broke, so I couldn't sue him. Okay. He broke. So me filing a criminal complaint or anything like that doesn't make a difference. Like, they're like, go on, girl. He slapped you. Go ahead. That's just a little DV. You know, go ahead. I'm just, it's just because he got money and he famous, you know. But this is normal. This is stuff that happens every day, regardless if you like it or not. You get me in that have multiple women don't know about it, and yeah, it just happens. They get to send a text message, they get to fight, and you know, I don't even think he really I don't think he put his hands on her. I think some people did say he lost his job over it. I think Earl said that Earl put something in there for us yesterday, some verbiage. Earl, if you got it, if you can put it in there again. But yeah, I mean, this is like, I don't think because and I don't know. Everybody got they whole thing, but like, this is stuff that happened on a regular. Like, this is Reggie. So like, her sitting up here crying about this little shit. I'm like, well, I first of all, I don't think he touched her, and I like to like believe victims like that, but I just don't understand. Like, she would have some marks, she would have something, and I don't care how long we've been together. If you touch me inappropriate or you touch me in the wrong way, and please, y'all, because I know some people like, well, you know, with the victims, they, you know, they don't, you don't take a picture, you don't do nothing, you don't do nothing. You just hop on the flight, you go to New York, you down there twerking. I don't know. It don't sound like you having no issues to me, but I digress. And nobody else seen anything. So she didn't think everybody had this video. Remember, this video that the defense brought out, she just found out about. So now she got to make the story. You know, I think bruising is like what little webs, they sometimes they last an hour, sometimes they last 30 seconds, sometimes they last a day, and I guess that's her way around about saying, yeah, I ain't got no marks. But whatever. Y'all do what y'all want to do with that. Okay, we got two different stories. Hey, Miss Pink, we got a couple different stories. I don't know. Hey, Derek. Derek said he lost it because he was on a 1-year contract. I have no clue. I thought that he lost it because I didn't think he lost it because of this. I mean, shit. If they rolled out the wheels with Aaron Hernandez, I mean, they can ride it out with Stefon Diggs them. He was the same guy that he was in the NFL contract, and he had all these women on a boat. I never forget, it was over the summertime. It was right before the season start. And I even think it was all these women on the boat, all these women twerking around him. I think I even they feeding him food. They at his beck and call, and bow down, and he up there like he was getting it in. I bet you the chef was on the boat. She was on the boat probably. And they made up this big fuss about it because of his image and his image with women. So that's my thought process on it. But yeah. Oh yeah, and I found that clip. I'm gonna upload it that short today. I found it where her mom was like, I don't know if you guys seen it when y'all watched the premiere this morning, but yes, it's there. I was like, oh, there it go right there. I found it. So I'm gonna make sure I get that uploaded so you guys can see it, because I thought it was kind of interesting, because I'm like, okay, her mom over there calling an audible. Mom like, audible. I know about these football moves. Time out. Time out. I don't know if she caught the signal from her mom, but her mom was sure over there trying to do it. Because other than that, there's no reason for anybody else to be doing that. But without that being said, I'm not going to hold us up too long because I know that they're in court. I do not know how many witnesses anybody has. how long this gonna go. They thinking like a day and a half trial, so maybe today and we'll be done and it'll go to the jury, but we'll get in here and see what's going on. Okay, guys? Hey, pretty. Thank you. I know it's the best coffee mug. You can get them at Walmart. They only like $2. They buy Better Home and Gardens. I'm trying to tell y'all. You can microwave it. All of this to get warm, but your handle, it's always cool. So you can always touch it. It's beautiful. I was like, what is that, velvet? It's like, oh my gosh, I love this coffee cup. Ugh. But yes. Yes. Thank you. Awesome cup. It's so funny because today is Cinco de Mayo, as Sinsen reminded us. So we have Margarita Day. Y'all know I got this AKA slushy machine that I just got that I have decided that it's just going to be a margarita machine. I don't think I'm going to do any slushies, any ices. I'm just going to have it just mixing margaritas all day. So it could be Cinco de Mayo here all the time. All right, guys, let me get us in here. We'll never get in here if I keep talking. All right, here we go. Here go the man of the hour.
Court, all rise. Hey. All persons having anything to do with for the Honorable Jean Marion Carroll, First Justice of the District Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and he shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This Honorable Court is now in session. You may be seated.
I need a volunteer to go do that for me every day. I'm gonna tell y'all what time I'm gonna start streaming. I want somebody to come on the stream and be like, hear ye, take it to trial. Sweet Pea is now in session. I want somebody I need somebody to come on camera. Any volunteers, please put it in Discord because I got in the wrong field because I want that kind of intro. On a side note.
Great. Good morning, jurors. I hope you had a good evening, and I just want to inquire and see, has any member of the jury had any difficulty following my instructions not to discuss this case with anyone, not to visit any areas that have been mentioned in connection with this matter since yesterday? I see no hands raised and all heads going in the right direction. Thank you. And how about, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since yesterday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case in any way as a fair and impartial juror? No, thank you all very much. All right, with that, I think we're ready to proceed. Commonwealth, is the witness available?
Yes. I believe we're in cross.
We are.
Just reminder.
Good morning. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay.
And Ms. Adams, again, as of the same as yesterday, if you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026, you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Yes.
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail,
And I didn't listen. I read the transcript. So I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026,
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So
I
don't
haven't
wanna
finished my
answer it.
question. When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry. I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend to, quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially. Right?
Yes.
Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So this was a message. I just confirmed it to Cardi B. So that's if y'all wondering.
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
Darn, she coming the dough line. She like, they asked her that question. She has lost this case, y'all. This won't happen for her. She didn't have this together. They didn't prep her right. Something didn't happen right. Something didn't happen right. This she not gonna make it. She won't get this. She won't get this off.
Your mediator, Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Oh, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If she recognizes it, yeah.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025 to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before?
I seen the money demand after that's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money
The
for
same-
past
the
wages.
same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Sorry.
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've made another money demand in this case, haven't you? Actually, before we get there, the
I didn't get a
19,000,
chance to answer the question.
before we get there,
Are you withdrawing your
yes,
question,
with,
counsel?
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor. After the money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes,
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right. And for workers' comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes.
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
She came to support me.
She came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
I don't know how to answer that question.
You can't answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I was
right?
told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is that the Commonwealth's attorney instructed you to bring your private lawyer?
Or a lawyer that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the side of the judge yesterday.
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
My workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Ma'am, I think that was I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' and comp
Your Honor.
insurance.
May
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, counsel will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am,
to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
May we be heard at sidebar, please? Objection, move to strike.
The last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Court stands in a recess.
Only 6. You say 9?
Step down now. You may be seated.
Mm. Wait a minute. I'm trying to see if they got a video of this. Oh, wait a minute. So I found the little poster now. On here. Let's see if y'all can hear it. Hopefully y'all can hear it. Mm. You get to look at me. Okay, let's listen.
He is now facing a criminal charge. Cardi tried coming to his defense. This may have backfired.
So this morning, the day after Stefon was actually on the field, played just as Patriots head coach said he would, that even though these charges are out there, he's going to play until there's something that happens in court. But Cardi this morning decided she was going to share with all of her followers on social media.
And this looked like, from what people were saying, oh, this is going to be support of Stefon.
Yes.
And exposing her.
So she shared a text, which seems to be a text from the chef to Cardi. And she says, "I'm so sorry. I can't talk to you. I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written. Please contact my mediator and she will answer anything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially." I think she meant, not confidently. And
So that's the text message that they were talking about earlier that with TMZ. So there's that. Just so y'all can see it. Thank you. I said, it just depends on how these curls fall, I tell you. I'd be like, oh man, I can't get them to go the right way. Please go the right way. She is really messing this case up. I just don't. I just think that this was a bad idea. I think it was a bad idea. But let me see if we got enough time to get past this. Shoot, they back there forever and ever, ever, and ever, ever, and ever, ever. Hear ye, hear ye. Everybody stand in attention. The Queen Judge is coming in the room. Get that mic together.
And it's that you're responsible for answering questions that are put to you. If you don't understand a question, you can say that. And I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function in, and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken. Am I clear?
Yes.
On the jurors.
Oh, the judge is over this.
All rise, jurors enter.
Yeah, but you know, she was even hard when she was on direct. Like, she was striking her answers when she was on direct. Like, it don't matter or the date, she was saying, get that off. She's not gonna be able to explain the story. Like, don't nobody want to hear that.
You may be seated.
Jurors, at this point, I just want to be clear on one point, all right? And it's the following. You may not consider anything you heard that was stricken from the record. When an answer is stricken from the record, it does not exist. And in determining what the facts are from this case, you're sworn to determine those facts solely and exclusively from the evidence presented, and you may not consider any answer that I have stricken. All right? Thank you.
Can we proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot speak on that.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your
I have
Honor?
explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are
the
you
question.
able to
Sorry.
answer
No.
that question?
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Ms. Adams?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't understand.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we direct, may we be heard at sidebar?
Of course. Thank you.
You know, guys, I really feel like all of this is so unfair. First of all, to the jury. First of all, to the defendant. And I say that because as a juror, it is very hard to, it's been so many things that have been stricken. So much of her testimony has been removed from the record. How do you decipher that? What you heard? And I mean, like, I, as a juror, will be sitting over there like, well, judge, can you please tell us what we can use? We need transcripts when we get back here because I cannot remember. It's been so many things that have been stricken. I cannot remember. And if he gets a guilty verdict, that is so proud because it's probably going to be based off of stuff that they have heard that they should not have heard. And because her smart ass wanted to just say it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, Defense Counsel showed you a form about that you filled out to the police,
Yes.
and they made a point that you're the hand, but not the forearm and elbow. May I approach? I'm putting a form in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and look up if you recognize it.
Yes.
And I may direct the police's attention. Can you read right here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
is there anywhere on that form where you do note the forearm and forearm being used to choke you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sidebar.
I don't know what kind of embarrassment is this. Secondhand embarrassment. This is terrible. I just don't. I don't understand. I blame the state also for bringing these charges like this. I blame the state. I blame the state for bringing these charges like this because the state picked these charges up or something. I don't think she did. I think the state did it. They have the problem too. Hmm. He's sitting over there like a boss, about to go back digging them. She just not gonna be part of the team no more. That's messed up.
On cross, I believe there's some questions about the text messages leading up to the assault.
Yes.
Do you have still the binder in front of you?
Yes.
Do you mind opening to section 3 and to the pages ending in 114?
Okay.
Would you mind reading the text messages from page 114 to 117?
And I'm ruining that bitch life. The next text message doesn't say anything. I won't be paying you shit.
And do you mind just saying who's saying what?
Okay, I said the first. I and ruining that bitch life is what I said. Mr. Diggs said, I won't be paying you shit. Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, bitch? Who the fuck give you money for your business? Who the fuck gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money then. Fuck you talking about. I said, bet. Pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy. Will do.
That's all.
That's it.
In your experience as a personal chef, is it common practice that when chefs get sent away, they get paid for the week that they get sent away?
Yes.
Objection, Your
Because
Honor.
that's the only job I have.
And I know on Cross it came out that you made a public statement where you said, I have never sought money to settle this case. When you said this case, was that referring to the criminal case? Or?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
That series of text messages that you just read, that was in response to you saying after you were fired by Mr. Diggs, you will be paying me out for the season and the money, I'm sorry, and this is on page 113 of Exhibit 3. You will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on, right?
Yes.
So when he said he wouldn't be paying you, he was referring to your demand that after you leave your employment on December 2nd, he nonetheless continued to pay you $2,000 a week for the rest of the New England Patriots football season while you were not working for him, right?
That's not how it goes.
You will be paying me out for the season, right?
I was a contracted employee.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
And before you said that, if you turn just one page back to page 112, what Mr. Diggs said to you that you were responding to was, I'm gonna leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this. That's what you were responding to when you told him he would be paying you out for the season, right?
No, it's a full context to those messages.
Ma'am, was the message that came from Mr. Diggs that preceded your demand that you be paid out for the season? Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. I'ma leave you be.
Can you say that again?
You can look right down there on page 112. I'ma leave you be.
What was your question?
I'm not finished. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. You can read along and correct me if I get it wrong. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you were really hoping that Mr. Diggs would give you some money so you could open your own restaurant, weren't you?
Objection.
That was our agreement.
That was what you wanted him to give you, right?
That was an agreement.
Ma'am, is this a contract suit?
Objection.
This is an assault.
That objection is sustained. Witness doesn't have to answer.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's no question in front of the witness.
You wanted him to pay you to open your own restaurant, right?
I want him to pay me past wages.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Kenneth Ellis of the Devon Police.
Nothing, don't say nothing else, please. I ain't asking her not damn another question. She got that ass toe up on the stand, boy. Y'all ain't gonna say it at the hospital. I don't know how you come back from that. I don't know who the Commonwealth about to bring, but she didn't know that her attorney had the $5 million demand 3 weeks ago. Man, if y'all gone, how we go from $2,000 a week to $5 million? That's a bad look. Like a boss. That's right. Oh gosh. It's the circus that she decided that she wanted to be a showcase animal in. I don't get it. But then when she couldn't ride with the circus to go on tour with the circus, she gets salty. Like, I don't understand that. Oh, we about to actually have an officer come in here and testify.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, proceed?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Kenneth Ellis, Ellis.
And what do you do for a living?
Dedham police officer,
And how long have you been an officer at the Dedham Police?
18 years.
And what's your rank?
Patrolman.
And prior to being an officer at Dedham, did you go anywhere else? Were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
So prior to being an officer at Dedham Police, did you go through any sort of special training or academy?
I did. I went through a police academy in Randolph.
And how long was that? What did you do in the police academy?
It was about 25 weeks, I believe.
And-
Everything from law, different aspects of the law, criminal law, constitutional law, motor vehicle. We had emergency vehicle operation, firearms, report writing, first aid, things like that.
Turning your attention now to December 16th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working that day?
I was.
And do you know what shift?
I was working the day shift, 8 to 4.
And were you out on duty, patrol? What were you doing?
I was assigned to the front desk.
Okay. So when an officer is assigned to the front desk, what are their duties?
Basically just any walk-ins. Sometimes we have the business phone rings, the non-emergency line.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally?
Yeah,
walking
anyone
into the
can
building?
walk. It's people, ranging from, oh, may I use the restroom, or I'd like to make a report. Anything. Yeah, anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
And during that day, did anyone come in?
Yes.
And do you know who that person would be?
We Jamila Adams.
And when this person came in, you didn't know who that was at the time, right?
No.
And she came in. What, if any, observations did you make of her when she came in?
She sat down on the bench and she was crying.
All right. And did you approach her, or did you wait for her to approach you? How did that? come
I
out?
actually went. Normally, I speak over the phone. There's a phone to talk to the people in the lobby.
Like behind glass?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like almost like a smoked glass. But because of her demeanor, I went out to speak to her in person.
And did she want to talk to you at first?
No, she did not.
And why?
She asked if there were any female officers working.
And what did you say?
I actually went back to the shift commander's office and I checked the scheduling sheets, and it appeared that there was not one until 4 p.m. that day.
So what did you do?
So I went back and I let her know, and I just told her that, she didn't feel comfortable giving me a statement towards anything, then that's okay. And, if she could come back at 4 o'clock. And then I went back to the desk, I believe, for a bit.
And then what happened?
Then she called me back over and said she would like to give me a statement.
And where did you talk?
So right after you enter the lobby area, there's double doors, and then to the right of the double doors, there's kind of like an interview room. So we do fingerprints for like civilian things, gun permits, things like that.
And what did you talk about?
So she just wanted to give me a statement without mentioning anyone involved.
So what do you mean you didn't want to mention anyone involved?
Well, she said, I would like to tell you something.
Sustain.
But eventually, did you come to learn the identity of the person that she was talking there
Yes,
talking there about? And
I did.
Who was that person?
She identified him as Stefon Diggs.
And how many times did you talk to Miss Adams?
Just that time in person, and then I believe there was multiple emails, and then it was probably 2 more times on the phone, maybe 3.
I want to draw your attention to the binder in front of you.
Sure.
Do you mind looking at that first flip the page to that first one, that first tab? There's something in front of you. This is what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that was those were screenshots of text messages that she forwarded me.
So those are the messages that she provided to you, right?
Yes. Yep.
That one page, yes. At the conclusion of all your communications with her, what did you do?
So that day, you mean, or
Just at the, I guess, end of, would you call this an investigation? I don't know enough the police term. For it.
yeah. So like once
Incident? I don't know.
at the end of it, which was about 10 days or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs.
And for what?
Was assault and
Overruled.
assault and battery, and strangulation or suffocation.
All right. No further questions.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Ellis.
I'm going to start at the end there. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
You said you've been a Dedham police officer for 18 years?
Yes, sir.
You just told us a little bit about the investigation, I think is what the DA just described it as. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah. And so that involved what you just said. You took a statement from Miss Adams, you exchanged emails, you got a couple phone calls from her, and then you got a voicemail asking you to go to court, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then that's what you did.
I did contact a phone number of Mr. Diggs twice, left voicemails, and was not able to speak to him.
That phone number, you don't know that that's his, correct? You didn't speak to anybody.
One of them I did use the TLO service to confirm his name. It was a 240 exchange.
So I just want to be sure here, Officer Ellis. You called the phone number, correct?
Yes.
You didn't speak to anybody.
No, I did not.
You spoke on the phone to Miss Adams, correct? You spoke in person with Miss Adams on the 16th, right?
I believe it was the 16th, yes.
Right. You didn't speak to any other people, correct? That's the
No.
only human being you spoke to.
No, there was another attorney I spoke to, but I don't believe from your firm.
Okay, so some other attorney.
Yes.
All right. You didn't get any photographs, right?
No, there was none presented.
And there was none to take, right?
Not from me, no.
Right,
Absolutely.
because when Miss Adams walked in and you observed her,
Yep.
you didn't see anything on her body that said, I should document that.
I did not, no.
And your job is to document what's important, right? And that's where you write a police report.
Yes,
And so about December 16th, you did write a police report, correct?
I did, sir.
And that was documenting the conversation that you had with Miss Adams, right? And you said you've been a police officer for 18 years. I imagine you've written a lot of police reports.
I would say so.
Okay. And you've spoken to a lot of folks, correct?
Yes.
And you know that you write that report to record all of the important information that that person has, right? To document it.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Yes. And so when you spoke to her on December 16th, Miss Adams told you that there was a dispute over text message with Mr. Diggs, correct?
Yes, the initial disagreement, I suppose.
Yeah, and that the disagreement was about money, right?
That's what
That's what she said.
Yes.
She said they were arguing about money over text messages,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then he came into her room and this thing happened, correct?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And then after that, she left her position, right?
That's what, yeah, she said. Yep.
Meaning her job.
Correct.
And then she told you she did go back to the house on December 9th to get her things, to get her belongings, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing she told you was that she, in that interim period, after she left her position, she went to New York City on December 2nd to be with friends, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that, those were her friends, right?
That's what I believed.
Right. You didn't think she was going to go see somebody else's friends, correct?
No.
Yes. And it'd be important to you to know if those were Stefon Diggs' friends, right?
I suppose.
That'd be important to your investigation, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Okay. And so another thing that was important, I think you already talked about, that was Exhibit 1. You got that right in front of you, correct?
Sure.
All right. And so Miss Adams had said there was an argument over text about money that ended in a physical altercation, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her for the text messages, right?
I believe she offered them, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And you took them because
Yes.
accepting the text messages that led to physical altercation would be important, right?
Correct.
You want to have that.
Right.
You want to document that.
Right.
All right. And so that's what that is. You received those from Miss Adams by email, correct?
Yes. I did.
And then you documented them, you saved them, and they're sitting right there in front of you right now for trial, correct? All right. And looking at those text messages, if somebody deleted messages from that before they ever sent it to you, that would be important for you to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
If those weren't complete,
Correct. It would,
you would want to know that.
I'd want the whole picture. Correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Step
To go
down.
to sidebar.
Yes, we can receive that.
This is crazy. I can't imagine this taking. I can imagine it. I think since she's off the stand, guys, like we probably should only have like the rest of the day, maybe, for the rest of this trial. Oh, that beeping noise, it sounds terrible. I'm gonna mute it so y'all don't have to hear it on y'all end. Can y'all still hear it on y'all end? I tried to mute it so y'all don't have to keep hearing it.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Any evidence for the defense?
Oh, they rest. Hey, Sandy. Come on, like a boss. Go ahead and handle this. We got one witness.
If you could just remain standing, watch your step, and face the court.
You're in the defense.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Makes sense.
I may proceed, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Perry, last name Perry.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do digital forensics for a company called Level Blue.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that company in that role?
Essentially 15 years through a number of acquisitions. Level Blue recently acquired Strauss Friedberg, who I'd worked for a number of years.
All right. So you've been in your position for a number of years, essentially with the same company. The name has changed at the top of the header. Is that fair to say?
That is.
All right. Prior to that, what kind of experience did you have?
Your Honor, Commonwealth would stipulate that this witness is to this witness's credentials.
All right, thank you. I'll
I'm
leave it
gonna
to your discretion.
Move along. Thank you. So just quickly, prior, what was your experience to working for the company that ended up becoming Level Blue?
I worked for Strauss Friedberg. Prior to that, Aon. Then Aon acquired Strauss Friedberg. Strauss Friedberg acquired Elysium Digital. So that was kind of the progression. But I held the same position.
Okay. And before that, did you work as an investigator of any kind?
I did. I worked for the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department as a digital evidence analyst.
How long did you do that?
It was about 5 years.
Okay. So my math is correct, you've been analyzing digital evidence for about 20 years then?
That's right.
And you have to undergo certain kinds of specialized training on how to do that?
Yes.
And I imagine if technology is developing, you have to kind of get retrained on that fairly often. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Right. Do you have any experience in dealing with digital data with regard to iPhones?
I do.
All right. And can you just describe kind of when we're talking about digital data from a phone, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Digital data from a phone is, data stored on the phone is extracted out. So I have special tools, forensic tools, that I use to connect to the phone, pull all the data that I can from it, and then I load it into some applications to look at the data and find out what data is stored there. And, I can put together reports of data that might be relevant to a case.
Okay. And so when you say data, what does that mean?
So for a phone, it would include the things that you would use your phone for. History of phone calls, text messages, pictures that you take with the phone, maybe some internet browsing.
Right. So when a user does all those things on a phone, is there kind of information recorded inside the phone tracking the user's movements?
It can, yeah. Whatever the user does with the the phone typically is stored on the phone.
Understood. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the binder in front of you, Mr. Perry. I'm going to ask you to turn to, I believe it's marked C.
Okay.
You see that front page there. It looks like it says Celebrate at the top right corner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at there in Exhibit 3?
This is the first page of a report that I put together after preserving one of two of Mr. Diggs's phones. So this is the first page of one of those reports.
All right. And so the report you're talking about, fair to say that's a number of pages there in Exhibit 3, correct?
It is.
All right. And that contains data from the phone that you just mentioned from December 2nd. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask that you turn the page in Exhibit 3 to, there's a little number on the bottom right corner that says 113 on the right. It ends 113, I should say.
Okay.
All right, so I want to kind of direct your attention here to this two messages in the middle of the page. The first begins, you will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business, and continues. Do you see that kind of blue bubble that we're looking at there?
I do.
All right. What are we seeing on the page here of the report when you see the blue bubble on the left and the green bubble on the right?
So this is an exchange of messages from the two parties. And you might think like, oh, I know blue bubbles and green bubbles. That's familiar. Like blue bubble is an Apple iPhone and a green might be an Android. But in this case, it's just to distinguish between the two parties. So the color doesn't really mean much here in that both parties had iPhones. So these are all just iMessages. But it's the report is in conversation view. So it's meant to look like you're looking at a phone. And so, the owner of the phone, Mr. Diggs, is the messages on the right in green, and on the left, they're messages from Miss Adams and they're in blue.
Okay. And fair to say, in terms of Mr. Diggs and Miss Adams specifically, that those are, you don't know Miss Adams, correct?
I do not.
You're just going off of the contact information in the phone and the cellular phone number on the page?
That's correct.
Please turn to the next page, ending 114. So looking at this box on the top left corner of the box on the left, that page has a bubble that says, "In ruining that bitch life." Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Up in the top left corner of that, there are two phone numbers. What are those two phone numbers? What's the significance of the data in the top left corner?
They're it's the contact information for both parties that are in this conversation. So you have a from number. The stored contact name is Mila Chef. And then you have the two, which is the owner of the phone who's receiving the message. That's the numbers in the top left.
Okay. And so would those be the two phones having the conversation in the iMessage chat?
Yes.
Kind of going down to the middle of the page, it indicates there's a time there that says 12/2/2025, 5:35:01 p.m. UTC +0. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, that's the time stamp when the message was read. And UTC is it's a universal time coordinated, which just means universal time, which is the time basically in London at the time. And it's kind of like a standard to base timestamps off of, where at the time of this message in December of 2025, we're not in daylight savings time, so our time zone is -5. So Eastern is -5 from that UTC time.
All right. So the UTC plus 0, you would need to subtract 5 to get to Eastern Standard.
That's correct.
All right. And so looking down at the bottom here of that same message, in the bottom right corner, it says 12/2/2025, 5:34, 43 seconds PM, UTC plus 0. What's that?
That's the time the message was delivered to the phone.
And when you say the phone, that would be the user's phone?
That would be the user's phone, Mr. Diggs's phone in this case.
And again, the same calculation would apply. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that message was delivered to Mr. Diggs's phone at 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
Looking at this box, the kind of corner, the bottom right corner we just talked about, you said that's when it was delivered to the phone, the user's phone. Is there any way, for any other way, I should say, for one of these blue boxes, one of these messages to appear in an iMessage chat?
No, I mean, it's just sent from the user that's part of the conversation that we see here.
Okay. And so the user in the right on the green, is there any way that that person could create a message on the other side of the conversation?
No, a user is not able to insert a message into a conversation just on one side of, in their own phone.
So a user could insert messages into iMessage on their own side of the conversation, but not on the side of the person they're talking to.
They can only send the message. They can't go into a conversation and just put a message in there. It has to be sent in that two-way communication.
Conversely, if the user of an iPhone wanted to erase messages on their side of the iMessage chat, would that be possible?
Yes.
If, just directing your attention to the bottom right of page 114, there's a green box on the right. That's a message Mr. Diggs sent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If that message were deleted, would you be able to tell from the data that was extracted?
Possibly.
Okay.
And the reason why is that on an iPhone, if you delete a message, it actually gets retained for 30 days. So if you have an iPhone, you can go back and recover that message. Maybe if you deleted it by accident or something, you can recover it within 30 days. After 30 days, it's not recoverable.
All right. And so you could see the data for 30 days if a user deleted it, if you extracted their phone, correct?
Within that 30 days.
All right. How about if they deleted it and you just looked at the screen?
If they deleted it and you looked at the screen, no, you'd have to go to the menu and look at recently deleted.
Understood. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a few more questions, Judge. Apologies. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Perry, to turn to Exhibit 4. That's marked D. And I only got a couple questions for you on this. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the page that is marked 182, bottom right corner.
Okay.
All right. And so fair to say there's a message there that in the bottom left corner says, reacted to, all good. I try not to make things bigger than what they are. You got your own life and things you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the time in the bottom right corner of that message, it says 12/11/2025, 8:37, 21 seconds AM UTC -5. Can you explain what that means time-wise?
Yes. So this is UTC -5, which means it's Eastern time because it's in December. So it's Eastern time zone. And what that means is for this report, after I preserved the phone, I loaded it into the application, my forensic application, and it parses the data that I extracted from the phone, and it recognizes that it looks like this phone is in Eastern time zone. Would you like me to translate the timestamps into that? And for this one, I hit yes. And so it's giving us a timestamp that's translated to Eastern time when where the phone was used. The other report, I must have hit no for that, and it was just UTC.
Okay. And so Exhibit 3, there is no conversion in the actual report, and Exhibit 4 there is for the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the Exhibit 3, this extraction, when did you perform this extraction?
This extraction was April 13th, I believe it was.
And Exhibit 4, when did you perform that extraction?
I believe that was the next day.
So is that these text messages were sent in December?
December 2025.
So the extraction report you did in April was beyond the 30 days, right?
That's correct.
So if someone had deleted messages from this, you wouldn't be able to tell.
Not from looking at this phone, no.
Right. Nothing further.
Anything further? No. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's called Jamila Adams.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing and face the front.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may sit or stand, whatever you prefer.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Janelle Salas, S-A-L-E-S.
Where are you from?
Maryland.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Salas?
I am the chief of staff to Mr. Diggs.
You say Mr. Diggs, is that Stefon Diggs?
Correct.
How long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
What are your responsibilities? What do you do day to day as his chief of staff?
I manage all the moving parts. It also varies between during the season or off season, calendar management, vendor management, and I'm pretty much the liaison between his marketing and talent agency. If I need to speak to finance, anything that comes up with his agent, anything personal, family related.
Sounds like quite a bit there. Okay. You said it varies by whether it's in the off season or the season. What does that mean?
So during the season, the calendar is pretty much structured for about 20 weeks, depending how long it goes, from camp all the way until the end of the season. So there's a strict schedule day to day, pretty much from 7 to 6 p.m. And then off season, it varies between training, traveling, and other business commitments.
Okay. And so you've been saying season and off season. Fair to say Mr. Diggs is a professional football player?
Correct.
Right. And so that would be the football season?
Correct.
You said that in the off season, in the regular season, there is kind of schedules that you have to liaise with the team on, correct?
Correct.
Right. In the off season, it's more a schedule that you and Mr. Diggs can set then?
Correct.
When is the football season? What time of year?
Preseason, I would say July. So that's when we start preparing for camp. And then it starts, the actual NFL preseason is August. And then the official NFL season begins in September.
Okay. And when does it end?
If you go all the way through January and February.
All right.
So,
So December is during the
season.
NFL season?
Regular season.
Regular season.
Mhm.
Among the things I think you just mentioned that you have to kind of arrange is living arrangements, places to live.
Correct.
All right. And have you lived in different places, or have
Correct.
you helped kind of secure housing
Yes.
over different places?
Yes.
And where's that been the last few years?
When I first started with him, it was between Buffalo, Houston, Miami, and then as of the past season, Dedham, Massachusetts.
All right. How did that house in Dedham, Massachusetts come to be the place where Mr. Diggs lived?
I got connected with a realtor through a mutual business associate, and he found this open home for rent because the goal is to rent a home. And so they found this space, and we looked at it. We did the walkthrough, and it was pretty much the only one that was really available in the area because it was super limited, and it fit
Let
the
me
needs.
just stop you there. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
So you were involved essentially in setting up that house?
Correct.
All right. I want to talk to you for a moment as well about other employees, contractors, those types of things.
Okay.
Are you involved at all in hiring or kind of arranging different services?
Yes.
Right. And so what would those be, generally speaking?
During the season, it would be his wellness and maintenance schedule. So it's massage therapists, nurses for his IV therapy, hair, nails, esthetician, just pretty much did regular maintenance on his body to just keep him going throughout the season.
Okay. And in terms of any other employees, have you had to try to, arrange for flights,
Yes.
drivers?
Correct.
What about a chef?
This past one, we were just familiar. He was friends with her.
All right. Let me go back before. Have you hired chefs before in the
Correct.
past?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of just kind of the process of hiring drivers, chefs, masseuses, anybody else, is there a normal process for engaging someone for their services?
We vet them out. I typically have I ask someone that was already a trusted resource, and I vet them out through them. We get paperwork, we come to agreements to terms. Sometimes they have a contract, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an NDA, sometimes they don't. It really is dependent on the relationship. And also, especially if they're new, they get the full on package, basically. NDA,
All the paperwork you just
W-9,
described.
correct.
Okay. So you mentioned you didn't have paperwork for the most recent chef. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what's that person's name?
Mila
Do you know Mila's last name?
Adams,
All right. When did Mila Adams start working as the chef?
July of 2025.
Where did she work?
In Dedham at the house.
All right. Did she live in the house as well?
Correct.
Who were the other people who spent time in that house and or lived in it?
Spent time in it. I spent time in it when I would visit for games. His brother visited, one of his childhood best friends, photographer, videographer, mom, and other business associates and any friends that would come and visit.
Okay. Were there kind of permanent or assigned bedrooms in that house?
There was a general understanding of whose room, who stayed in which room, and pretty much if you got there, it's like first come, first serve. So there was only just 2 assigned rooms.
All right. Did Mr. Diggs have an assigned room?
Correct, he did.
And where was that in the house?
It was the main primary bedroom. When you walk upstairs, there's the first immediate bedroom. There's a landing and a laundry room, and it's the first immediate bedroom to your right.
All right. You just walked us in the house there for a moment. Could you just describe what the layout of the downstairs looks like?
So generally, there's a big grand foyer. When you walk into the house from the front door, there's a formal living room. To the right, there is a office to the left. There, when you walk up, it's about 2 steps and you go up, there's a formal dining room on the right. And then you walk up, it's an open concept. So it's an open living room and an open kitchen to the front of you. To the left of that is the stairs going upstairs to the 4 bedrooms. And then there's a stairs that go downstairs right underneath the stairs that go up to 2 bedrooms in the basement.
Okay. Did Miss Adams have a room in that house?
She did.
Where was that?
So when you walk upstairs to the landing part to the to the 3rd floor, you walk up the second flight of stairs, which is about 4 or 5 steps. There's a bedroom to the right. And then there's 2 bedrooms to the left. She lived, her room was the last bedroom all the way down the hallway on the left side.
I think you just described that this was an open set.
Yes, it's open.
Right.
So it basically looked like there was a bridge, like a U bridge from the upstairs looking down, because the middle of the house, you can look down and you can see everything.
Okay.
And you can look up and you can see the hallways of both going into all 3 bedrooms.
Understood. So different people at the house. Did you have a key?
I had a key to the front door.
Okay. Were there any other security systems set up at the house other than just locks?
The garage, and then doors for like her bedroom and his bedroom.
Okay. And that is that.
And his closets.
All right. Any other measures on the house?
Garage door. I know there was a ring camera system, an alarm system, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Got it. So I want to direct your attention to December 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at the house. It was the day after the Monday night football game, and I had a hair appointment because we were getting ready to leave for our trip.
Where were you going?
Miami, Florida.
Who was going to Miami, Florida?
Miami trip consisted of Mr. Diggs, myself, his brother, his childhood best friend, and another close friend of his.
Who had made the arrangements to get that group of people to Miami?
Me.
When did you start making those arrangements?
The week prior, once we figured out the logistics. I typically try to do things a few days prior just because of the requirements that some of the travel vendors need from us, and because it's such a busy week. So I try to book as soon as possible.
All right. What was going on in Miami?
He had Art Basel, which is a art festival, art fair, and he was showcasing he was debuting his furniture line.
Right, so Mr. Diggs has a furniture line?
Correct.
That week, was he not working? Was he missing a game? What was happening?
So Monday night, he had the Monday night football game, and it was going into his bye week.
What's a bye week?
Bye week is pretty much the 1 week that the NFL gives to players where they're pretty much off. They just have to report back on the scheduled day that it's typically like 4 or 5 days off, no meetings. They can go on vacation. They come back that Monday.
All right.
Regular scheduled programming.
And the plan was to go to the Art Basel, was what it was
Correct.
called?
Correct, yes.
In Miami during the bye week.
Yes.
Anything else going on in Miami?
We were also celebrating his birthday,
What day is his birthday?
November 29th.
Right. So his birthday had already come and gone, correct?
Yes.
All right. And was there a birthday party that week?
There were at his house or in Miami?
In Miami, I mean.
In Miami, correct, there was.
You mentioned that there was a game the night before. What time's a Monday night game start, if you know?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock p.m.? So you know when it ends?
Probably midnight, and we probably didn't get out of there until like 2 a.m.
Got it.
maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
So that morning you said you were getting a hair appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was at the Dry Bar in Chestnut Hill, and my appointment was at 10 a.m.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Do you have a car?
No,
Whose car did you drive?
I drove Mr. Diggs' car.
Got it. And how long did that take you to get to the hair appointment, if you remember?
About 30, 35 minutes because of traffic and the weather.
You mentioned that there was a Ring video system.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video that is on Exhibit 11. One moment.
That's fine. Council, do you need a minute? Because I can take the morning recess now if that's helpful. That's okay, whatever. All right, let's do this. Let's give you a second and everyone. Oh, wait, here we go.
Here we go. Yes, if we could play that. And for the record, that's a video ending in the number 602. Do you recognize what we just saw there?
Yes, that's Mr. Diggs' Maybach.
Okay. And what's happening that
He
in
left
that
for
video?
work.
Where were you?
I was in the car, probably waiting to leave and warming up the car to go.
Okay. And you weren't in that car that we just saw
No,
drive out.
I was in
correct?
his Porsche.
I'm happy to continue, Judge, but we have a while further, so it might make
No,
sense.
that's fine. Why don't we take, jurors, why don't we take the morning recess? I think there should even be some coffee back there for you for a moment, all right? All right.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Thank you.
The jurors have exited. This courtroom stands on a morning recess. Please wait in the hallway. Thank you.
Anybody check how long they gonna be in recess? I didn't hear how long. This is not lunchtime. It looked like the judge was ready to go on break. Cause she like, well, you know, if you can't get it together, you know, you can always go and come back. I don't think she wanted to do that. So it's 11 o'clock there. So I'm assuming they're not on lunch. Because it seemed like it would be too early for a lunch. Yeah, I think the case is over with. Like, I'm surprised they bring on all the rest of the people, but they are. Earl said you can ride one of his bikes. He got a bike for you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to see. if there's any extra tea about this stuff out here. Like, it amazes me how she was sitting up there on the stand and she was like, you know, she thought she was going on this trip to Miami, the chef, and she was like, she was, you know, already planning matching outfits with Cardi B and all of this good stuff. And in the meantime, in between time, her little sneaky self, she in the household cooking for him, feeding him, and effing him. I tell you. But then reaching out to his girlfriend, talk about we wearing matching outfits. How did that work? I don't know if she knew anything about it, but that's something else. I feel all types of ways. Yeah, but what she should have did is just sit back and stay in her room and wait till he got back from Miami and just resumed her position. That's what's wrong with people. But she was so worried about him taking somebody else's side in some old mess, that she started some old more mess. And so there's that. Yeah, but she knew what he was and who he was before they got started. I want to believe, right? So I mean, she the barrier, some of that responsibility. No matter how much we want to say that we hurt, we don't like the situation, but sometimes, you know, I just feel like, and then it doesn't help that she's sitting up here asking for this money. And then she on the stand talking about what she don't know, how she don't know it. She can't answer the question. Like, what do you mean you can't answer the question? How does that work? And it don't seem like they prepped her right. But like I said, I blame a lot of this, guys, on the state. I don't know who the state thought they was doing this with, how they thought that this was gonna work, why this is just so bare minimum. You know, the officer that got up on the stand talking about he the one to decide to press the charges. Well, really, dude. And it's so amazing to me because they let anybody and everybody press charges against people, right? So if I say you did something to me, then they automatically, depending on what I provide to the police officers, they hit you with some charges. And it can be the most foulest thing and don't have no never mind, but it's out there in the universe now. I just think it's so unfair. That's what I can tell you. You talk about her testimony. Hey, SD, you talk about this testimony for the chef, Tanya. Yeah, I did a premiere of half her testimony this morning. She was bad on direct and she was bad on cross. In my opinion. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, depending on what type of breaks and stuff they take today, I'll be replaying the testimony in here because we'll have to yeah, because they probably gonna go to jury, you know, they probably gonna go into deliberations pretty soon. I just don't think this morning break is long enough for us to kind of get into it. But during deliberations, I'll play because she was the only person that really testified besides the officer who took the report, and then the state rest, and then the digital forensic guy for Stefon got up there on the stand, and then now we're hearing from his assistant. So I'll play hers while we are in while they're in jury deliberations, but I'll open up a new room because we do have to get to our Julio trial today. We have to get to Julio and see what the Fooligans doing over there. So we will be in there today. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me start setting up that room because I think this is about to go to the jury very, very soon. And considering they've been getting the jurors their lunch, that's that's a plus. Mm. Yeah, so we will do Folio. You got to get caught up on that one. And then we have our Josie trial that we got to get in there and do. I know Folio, they don't have trials on Friday from my understanding, so let me check this. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to make sure I got the rest of our stuff up. I see the camera bouncing. I see people. I can see like in the camera. I can see people in the courtroom, but they don't have it off the. I mean, not the camera, the clock. I'm gonna play a little music. I'm about to get this Folio room set up so we can get started in there.
Yeah. Junkie on the freeway, white claw in the brakes. 2 hours there, 2 back, still typing with ease. LA lanes locked, but she don't slow down. Show up every time, yeah, she runs this town. Sitting in the traffic, but she locked in check. If Sweet Pea goes live, yeah, she's right on that. From the 405 to wherever we at. Junkie pulling up like y'all good, I'm back. Different time zones, same front row seats. No matter where we are, we all meet in the fleet. We the California's rolling deep on 9. 4 corners, 1 crew, yeah, the vibes align. From the coast to the chat, yeah, we show up right. If you lost downstream, we gon' guide you like Californians. Yeah, we stay in the mix. 4 names, 1 flame, you can't remix this.
SD rolling with the sunset glow. West Coast haze where the good vibes flow. Little bit lifted, yeah, she stays serene. Ocean breeze mixed with the evergreen. Late to the stream, but she still gon' slide. Panel opens up, she already inside. Hold up, I'm here, yeah, she dropping bars. Calm, cool energy, no matter how far.
She got that FOMO, scrolling every stream. Little lost downstream, but she part of the team. New to the crew, but she locked in fast. Super chats flying, yeah, she built to last. Wait, where we at? But we got her back. Pointed to the right stream, never off track. That's
May be seated.
Court. This honorable court is back in session. You may be seated.
I may resume, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Salas, we just watched a video off of Exhibit 11, and I think you said that was Mr. Diggs going to work?
Correct.
What kind of car was that?
A Maybach.
Okay. You said you were in a Porsche warming the car up?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to, first I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play a video there ending in 610. I'm ask you to watch that, Ms. Salas. It is. So if we can replay that, you can get a look at it, Ms. Salas. If we could pause it right there real quick. All right, so do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the Porsche leaving the house.
Who's driving that? That's you leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. And if I could direct your attention here, the time on the exhibit is 9:26 Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, 2025.
Correct.
Does that sound about right for when you left the house that morning?
Yes. Because my appointment is at 10 a.m.
Okay. So looking at that image, can you tell us, kind of just orient us on what we're looking at there?
The car, so that's the front of the house, and there's a long driveway that goes towards the back of the house to a 3-car garage and a driveway where you can probably fit maybe 2 or 3 more cars in the actual plot in front of the garage.
All right. Is there a way to enter the house through the garage?
Yes, there's an entry door going straight into the grand foyer of the house. There's the basement entry, stairwell, a powder room on the right, the entry stairwell to the basement to the left. And when you walk straight, there's the grand foyer. In front of you is the dining room, and then the formal living room. And then to the left is the living room and the kitchen.
Okay.
And the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor.
Going upstairs.
Yes.
All right. And so did you go through the garage to drive the Porsche out that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember getting back to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was in the afternoon after I had ran my errands from my hair appointment.
Okay. What I would ask is if Miss Silva could play a video with the last 3 numbers, 637, off of that same exhibit, exhibit 11. If we could maybe replay that one more time, it's only about 3 seconds. All right, so do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, it's the car returning home.
And is that you driving the car?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp on that indicates it's 12:59:59 Eastern Standard Time. So it's just about 1 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
What were you doing that day after you got your hair done?
I was coordinating our travels because I was getting updates from the airport regarding the change of airports, change of planes, and trying to just get everybody together
Okay.
to be ready to leave by the end of the night.
So you were working.
Correct.
And was there an area where you worked in the house?
In the kitchen, in the small little dining table, like in between the kitchen and the living room.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play one more video for us. That's going to be 183725 on exhibit 11. If we could try to replay that one more time as well. All right, so it looks like she's paused it here, a second into the frame. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
It's the Maybach coming home.
All right, is that Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
The timestamp on that looks like it says 15:38 and 51, so maybe 3:39, 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got
Yes.
home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's the day after a game.
Objection.
Okay. Where were you sitting?
I was probably walking around the house, either the kitchen, probably going up and down to the basement because I was probably doing laundry, just running around the house.
Objection.
Sustained. That response is stricken from the record. Jurors will disregard.
So let me ask you, you mentioned that you remembered doing something with flights and getting to the airport.
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
So because one of the airports that we usually travel frequently at, the the Norwood Airport, there's limitations on the planes, and especially if the weather is bad, they typically recommend that we fly into another airport, which was Bedford.
Bedford, Massachusetts.
Correct.
So is that to say the weather was not great?
Correct.
December 2nd?
Correct.
That day,
Hmm.
when you're making these phone calls, sending emails, doing whatever work you're doing to coordinate, you said you were downstairs.
Hmm.
Did you see anybody else walking around downstairs during that afternoon?
Mila was there, his brother was there, and his childhood best friend, and another friend was also arriving in, had flown in to go to Miami with us.
Okay. You said Mila was there. Did you see her that afternoon?
Yes.
What did she look like?
She looked like she was going to work out. She had workout clothes on. She complimented on my hair. Just regular, just walking around the kitchen, probably around the house. Nothing out of the usual.
Okay. That afternoon, did you, is that the only time you saw Miss Adams? You see her again as the day
Towards
went on?
in the evening, closer to the evening.
So after dark?
Yes, it was because it was getting dark at like 3:00 at that time. So by like 3:30, 4:00, maybe closer to 4:30, it was like dark.
Okay. And so sometime after that, you think you saw Miss Adams again?
Yes, because I was sitting in the kitchen and she had asked me if I purchased her flight.
The flight, was that a flight to Atlanta?
Correct.
And when you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No.
Anything on her neck?
No.
Did you see any redness or swelling?
No.
Was she crying at all?
No.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, to, I guess, write a note to him for his birthday gift.
When you say to him, is that to Mr. Diggs?
Correct.
And that's that November 29th birthday you just referenced?
Yes.
That afternoon, was there anything on Mr. Diggs' schedule?
He had ozone therapy and massage.
So is that a nurse who comes and does fluids?
Yes.
And a massage, you said?
He has a massage therapist.
What time were those appointments?
I believe I told them both to come at 5.
Do you remember if those individuals actually appeared at the house?
Yes.
Did they?
I believe so.
That afternoon, you said you purchased a flight for Jamila Adams to Atlanta?
Yes.
Did you arrange to get her to the airport?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
Probably in the 7:00 hour, because you have to be there an hour before checking in your bag, and it took about 45 minutes to get to the airport. So probably between 7 to 7:30.
You think about 7:30?
Yeah.
And so did she leave the house around 7:30?
She should have left around before 7:30 to get to the airport on time if she was checking in a bag.
And you saw her prior to that,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So is it the encounter you had in the kitchen
Yes.
with the pen and the card, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, she was running to go to his room to put it on, I guess, his gifts that she was giving him.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Diggs later that evening?
Yes.
And did you see any of those, the card or the presents that you just
Yes, there were
referenced?
2 boxes on his bed from Chanel. One he had opened up and he put on after his massage, and we were getting ready to leave. I told him, we got to pack, we got to go, we got to make this flight. He put the beanie on. There was another box that was unopened, and then there was a green Post-it with whatever note she had on it telling for his birthday.
All right. Prior to speaking to Mr. Diggs, prior to arranging for Miss Adams' Uber, did you hear anything that afternoon?
No.
Any screams?
No.
Slam doors?
No.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did
Where did she do that?
in the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared
Okay.
already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like that?
Yeah, it was like a hot dog, or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Okay.
Fired. No wonder she wasn't going to Miami or wherever he was going.
That night, did you all leave for Miami?
Yes.
If I may have one moment.
Right, Brady? I can make a whole bunch. He had the wrong chef. And I wouldn't even charge them $2,000. That's why she ain't got no money, because she run around here buying Chanel gifts for him. Girl, bye.
I just want to recap on one issue.
Okay.
I think you said Miss Adams complimented your hair. Did she tell you anything else?
No. She was like, "Oh, your hair's getting long and it looks good." I was like, thank you.
Okay. Did she tell you she was assaulted?
No.
Strangled?
No.
You're the chief of staff?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
I won't be here to inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. And is it Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
And that's is that SUNNY? Is it?
SUNNY and then SUNNI.
Okay, so both ways, right?
Yes.
Okay. So right now you are the chief of staff, is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I managed his household, but it was part-time
Where
in
how long-
Maryland.
And how long did you do that?
September 2022 up until July 2023.
And prior to working for Mr. Diggs, what did you do?
I have been an independent consultant. I have been a project manager, event producer, and I consulted for companies for almost at that time, since 2017.
And right now, how much do you get paid by Mr. Diggs?
I would say between 90 to 100,000 a year.
And when you were, what was the term of the previous job? The house manager?
Yes.
Oh, how much did you get paid when you did that?
I was on retainer for 5,000 a month.
And you mentioned you went to Art Basel?
Correct.
And how long was that?
That was we got there Tuesday evening up until the events were all the way through the weekend that Sunday.
What kind of events were there?
There was the showcase of his furniture line, his birthday party, just, showcasing his new furniture line.
But and you went to these events?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for any of these events?
No. Like physically? Like my own money?
Yeah.
No.
And did you have food there?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for your food?
Not with my own money.
So
with my company card.
Okay. So
yes.
Thank you. You mentioned driving one of his cars. What car was that?
It was his Porsche.
Is it a nice car?
Yes.
How often do you drive that one?
If I need to go run errands, if I need to do something, I will use the car as an insured driver.
And when you say run errands, is that personal errands or errands for Mr. Diggs?
Both.
Okay. How often do you go on trips with the staff?
As needed, specifically for business trips, more so.
Okay. On December 2nd, you were at least at some point in the house, right?
Correct.
And you saw Ms. Adams?
Yes.
So she was there in the house?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So he was there in the house?
Yes.
Did you, was there any time that day where were you following Mr. Diggs the whole time?
No,
Were you following Miss Adams the whole time?
no,
So there a time when both of them were outside of your range of being able to see and hear?
yes.
Have you been to Miss Adams' room before?
Not all the way inside, but I knew which room she was in.
So you had not been inside that room before?
Not when she occupied it, but when we did the walkthrough, I was.
Okay, so when you were first looking at the house?
Yes.
But that day you were not in that room?
No,
Okay, so whatever could have happened in that room, you were unaware of anything that could have happened in that room?
correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Is it fair to say that you have a financial interest in Mr. Diggs doing well?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What does that mean?
If he does well, do you do well?
I think we collectively do well.
Do you?
Yeah, even outside of financially.
Is he a good boss?
Yes, he's great.
Do you want to continue working for him?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else, counsel, for your witness?
I just have one question for you.
Yes.
You mentioned that you got to drive the Porsche.
Yes.
All right. Would you lie under oath to get to drive the Porsche and work for Mr. Diggs?
What does that mean?
It's part of lying under oath, your job.
What? I'm sorry. Can you?
Is your job to lie, or would you be truthful?
I'll be truthful.
Okay. Who else got to drive that car?
Mila and anyone around the house, if they needed to use the car, they would drive it.
Did you see Mila drive that car?
I've seen her drive the car before.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else for this witness comment?
When you say just other people around the house, about how many people does Mr. Diggs have working for him?
Employed, one.
So then otherwise, are they all just contract or?
Correct.
Do you know about how many?
Depends, depending on the job, as needed.
Okay, do you know in this?
Objection, Your Honor. We're now outside the scope of the redirect.
Overruled.
Just in December, do you know?
I couldn't give that to you on the top of my head.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense calls Juliana Stratati.
Watch yourself. You're going to remain standing and face the court.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may sit or stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Juliana Stratoti, Stratoti.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Right. Where do you work?
Full-time, I work at Mass General Hospital, and then I have a side, a per diem job at the Drip Bar.
What is the Drip Bar?
Drip Bar is a wellness and hydration service. It's a franchise, but we have a location in Foxborough.
Okay. And so what do you do as a nurse for the Drip Bar?
Provide like wellness services, hydration, like extra therapy for people that you don't get prescribed, like at a hospital or through your primary care physician.
Does some of that involve making house calls?
Yes.
On December 2nd, 2025, did you do some kind of treatment, a house call that afternoon?
I did.
And where was that?
At Mr. Diggs's house.
All right. And had you been to that house previously?
I had.
And that was at 7 Schoolmaster Street in Dedham, fair
Yes.
to say? Do you remember what time you got there?
Most of my appointments were 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. I think that day I got there at about 5 o'clock.
I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, right in.
I'm going to put an image in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's me ringing or at the front door on the Ring camera.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you arriving at the house on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
That would move to admit is Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so marked.
And I'm going to show you another photograph. Ask you to take a look at that.
That's me leaving the house on the Ring camera footage.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you walking out of that house in the afternoon of December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
Would move to admit is Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so marked.
13.
I'm going to put Exhibit 12 back in front of you and ask you, there's a timestamp in the bottom right corner.
Your Honor, may we be seen in sidebar?
Yes, of course. Commonwealth's objection is sustained.
A moment ago, I think you described when your appointments routinely were. Do you recall what time you got to the house in Dedham that afternoon on December 2nd?
That day I got there at 4:50
Okay. PM?
p.m.
And do you remember when you left the house?
According to the Ring camera footage, it was.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you left the house?
I don't remember exactly the time, but all of my appointments were roughly 45 minutes to an hour long.
All right. And so on December 2nd, 2025, do you think, how long do you think you were in the house?
Probably about an hour.
In the house, when you were doing the treatment, where did it actually occur physically inside the house?
In the living room.
So then fair to say you were in that house that afternoon for about an hour, maybe a little less?
Yes.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary that day?
Not that I recall.
Hear anything unusual?
No.
Did you see anything unusual?
No.
I have no further questions.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning still. Had you gone to Mr. Diggs' house prior to this date?
I had.
And how many times have you done this before?
A handful of times. I think before that was 2 or 3.
Okay.
After that was a couple.
And without you saying the actual names of any of your clients, what kind of clientele do you have with this job?
It depends on what services they're looking for. So kind of all across the board.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you. Your Honor, defense calls Stephanie Anastasi.
Watch your step, and if you could just remain standing and face the court.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Can you sit or stand, whichever you prefer?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Stephanie. My last name is Anastasi, Anastassi.
And do you live in Massachusetts, Ms. Anastasi?
I currently live in Rhode Island.
Where do you work?
I work in Massachusetts.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a massage therapist.
Are you employed in that work?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
The Right Touch Day Spa in Attleboro, Mass.
And you provide massage therapy treatment to clients? Is that right?
Yes,
And as part of your work, do you need to visit clients in their home?
I do that separately on my own on the side.
I
Not,
see.
it doesn't have anything to do with where I work currently.
Okay, all right. And as part of your work treating clients, are some of your clients professional athletes?
Yes, sometimes.
All right. And was one of your clients in December of 2025, Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And how did it come about that you were providing treatment for Mr. Diggs?
I used to work for the Celtics back in 2019. And whoever I used to work for, he's a physical therapist. He connected me with Mr. Diggs.
Okay, thank you. And you would provide massage therapy for Mr. Diggs at his home?
Correct.
About how often per week would you do that?
Twice a week.
All right. And where in the home would you provide that treatment?
Sometimes it was in the living room area, and sometimes it was in his bedroom.
Did you need any special equipment to provide your treatment?
He provided that. I do need some special equipment. Yes.
I see. So there was the equipment in the house.
Yes.
I take it you used a table.
Yes.
Any other equipment?
No, just a massage table, and I would use my cups, which is for cupping.
I see. Okay. Thank you. How long did a typical treatment take?
Between a 90-minute to 2 hours.
And did you give Mr. Diggs a treatment on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you arrived at his home for that treatment?
It was between 5:45 and 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And how did you get into the house?
I rang the doorbell and Sonny opened the door for me.
Okay, thank you. And what happened next?
Then I asked Sonny where he was or where he would like his massage at. She told me he was in his room and that's where he would like his massage. So I went and grabbed the massage table. It was in like a computer room. And I brought it upstairs and he was laying in his bed and I started setting up the table.
All right. And was Mr. Diggs, do you remember what he was doing when you walked in other than laying in his bed?
I think he was falling asleep a little bit, but I wasn't sure. It was just laying down.
Okay. So I take it you began the treatment?
So I set up, I grabbed the blankets and stuff, and then he fell asleep. So I texted Sunny and I was like, hey, can I wake him up? And she said yes. So I ended up waking him up and then he got on the table.
Okay. And about how long was the treatment that day, if you can recall?
It was between 90 minutes to 2 hours usually. It was more towards the 2 hours than the 90 minutes.
All right. And did anyone come into that while you were performing that treatment in that 90-minute to 2 hour window?
Yes. Jamila Adams came in the room at the time.
Okay. And how did you know Jamila Adams?
I seen her in the house.
So you've met her
Yeah, I've seen her multiple times in the house.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to her?
Yes, we've had conversation.
Okay. So while you're performing the treatment, can you just explain to the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so I was working on his right side leg, and I can, because the door is in front of me, and I can see whoever was walking in. She was walking in. She saw that he was asleep, left, and kind of came back at a later time. When she came back at a later time, he kind of woke up because he was asleep, and she kind of went over to the bed, and she asked him, there was something on the bed. She asked him if he was going to keep it, and then he said yes, and then she turned around and left.
And were you able to see what was on the bed?
It was a black box, but I'm not sure what it was or what was in it.
Okay. And did you ever have any occasion to look in that box?
No.
All right. How did Ms. Adams appear to you when you saw her come into the room those two times?
She seemed to be okay. It's nothing that I wasn't used to seeing in the past.
So she looked to your eyes the same as she had in
In the
every time
past.
you saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any marks on her face?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any marks on her neck?
No, she had a black jacket on, so I don't think I could see her neck, but I didn't see anything on her face at the time.
And did she seem upset at all to you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. All right. And Miss Anastasi, do you remember when you left the house that day?
It's probably between almost 8 o'clock, 7:30 and 8 o'clock that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further
course.
questions.
Good afternoon, Miss Anastasi. Oh, sorry, good morning still, actually, Miss Anastasi.
Hello.
You said you had previously worked at the Celtics, and is it like kind of word of mouth that you got a job working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
In your line of work, how important is word of mouth in order to find new clients?
It's very important.
And outside of just actual, I guess, technique and skill, is discretion and care of how you, because you're working with some high-profile people, is that also an important aspect to have?
I don't understand the question.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. You may step down.
And Your Honor, the defense calls Melissa Goddard.
Remain standing. You can face the clock.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Goddard, Goddard.
Thank you. And what city do you live in? City and state, please.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Right. And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
At PMG Private CFO.
And what is PMG Private CFO?
It's a boutique financial service company. So we do accounting, tax planning, tax prep, budgeting. We handle everything financial, data collection.
And is one of your company's clients Steph Diggs?
Yes, it is.
Right. And do you work on Mr. Diggs' account?
Yes, I'm his client manager.
All right. And how long have you been the client manager for Mr. Diggs' account?
Since November 13th, 2023.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe how Mr. Diggs' account is structured?
Sure. He has the personal side, which we call concierge, and the business side. So the personal side is his life personally, but because his person is a business, it transfers also over into businesses. And then he has several businesses that we operate.
Can you just very briefly identify the different businesses that he
Sure.
owns?
Diggs Deep LLC, which is for his name, image, and likeness. Liam Brands International, which is a clothing brand. CV Passem, which is a furniture brand. And Diggs Deep Foundation, which is his charity organization.
All right. And so those businesses that you just described, are those handled on the business side of his account?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a personal side or a concierge side to handle his business. To handle his personal expenses.
Correct.
Okay. And up until starting before October 2025, so from 2023 to 2025 October, which side of his account did you handle?
I handled daily business transactions for the most part.
Okay. And did you have a different colleague to handle the personal kind of concierge side?
Yes, the practical everyday concierge side we did.
And would expenses for private staff be handled on the business side or the concierge side?
The concierge side.
Okay. And did something happen in the fall of 2025 that caused you to take over responsibility for the concierge side?
Yes, we had an associate leave.
Okay. So the associate left, and then were you responsible in the fall of 2025 for both the business and the concierge side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have responsibility at that time for payments to Mr. Diggs's private chef?
Beginning of November, yes.
Okay, beginning of November 2025?
Correct.
And do you recall, well, what did you do when you took over responsibility for those payments?
I was notified at the beginning of November that the data collection program that we used was updated so that personal payments needed to be made. And one of them was for the chef. And I asked, catch me up. Does she have a contract? How do we pay her? Does she have a W-9? Does she have an NDA? Just general information like, what do I do? And
Who are you talking to when you were getting this information?
Sunny.
And who is Sunny?
Stefon's personal assistant.
Okay. All right. Do you recall receiving an invoice from Ms. Adams on December 1st of 2025?
Yes.
And do you recall what that invoice was for?
It was for 3 weeks of services in November and reimbursable expenses.
Okay. What did you do with that invoice when you received it?
I checked, well, immediately I knew that it was incorrect because I had paid her weekly for 2 of those weeks. So it raised a flag. I needed to figure out, had I made a mistake or had she made a mistake? And that caused me to look a little bit further into the reimbursable expenses. We're much more structured on the business side, so I usually audit those before paying them.
Okay. So when the flag was raised and it caused you to look a little bit deeper, what did you do to look a little bit deeper?
I pulled up every payment that we made to her for the last 18 months, as far back as I could go. And then I went through every receipt and reimbursable that we paid her for the last 6 months at that time.
Sorry. And at the conclusion, would you describe that as a kind of an audit?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt. That she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement, that we had overpaid her.
And were you able to quantify the amount of money that she had been overpaid based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was $2,500 and change at that time, with an additional $744 that maybe was legitimate. I couldn't substantiate because there wasn't a date on it. So that was more in a gray area.
Did you ask Ms. Adams for more information about the money that she was seeking?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I contacted Sunny and asked for her email. I gave my phone number, even my personal phone number, so that she could reach me because sometimes they're in different time zones. I reached out to her twice.
Okay. And did you ever hear back from her?
No, she never responded.
Did you tell Mr. Diggs what you had identified, at least from the audit that you conducted?
Yes, he called me. We spoke about it on December 5th.
All right. And what was his reaction?
He's like, get me a report. And he had wanted to make sure that she was paid. And I told him I would get him a report, and he was fine.
In the course of conducting your audit, or actually strike that, did there come a time when you were aware that there was some paperwork not completed that you would have expected to be completed?
At the beginning, when I took over, I asked for those things as, I think it was the beginning of December when the invoice didn't match what I had. I'm buttoning things up. It's the end of fourth quarter. We're closing out the end of the year, so I wanted to make sure we had everything. So, I was going through everybody's paperwork. But yes, it was about the beginning of December I realized we don't have her paperwork.
All right. And did you do anything about that?
Yeah, I had asked Sunny to, I had mentioned to Steph that I think we should get one. He said to coordinate with Sunny, which I did on December 4th. And I didn't receive anything, so I followed up with it as I normally would.
And how did you follow up with it?
I asked Sunny if she had collected it, and I emailed Mila asking for it.
Do you remember the date on which you emailed Mila for it? Sorry, Ms.
December
Adams.
8th.
December 8th.
Mhm.
Did you follow up again with Ms. Adams, if you can recall?
I did not, because Steph said not to worry about it.
Okay. Just one moment, I'm sorry, Heather.
Oh, you want to refresh it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Ms. Goddard, you just testified that you followed up with Ms. Adams asking for the NDA on December 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. It was December 13th.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions, Your Honor. Counsel, care to inquire?
Just briefly, good afternoon now. Ms. Goddard, have you ever been to Mr. Diggs' house in Dedham?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense call is Shy Charles. Thank you.
Just watch your step. You remain standing and face the front.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you
Afternoon.
please state your name for the record and spell your first and your last name?
My name is Shy Charles. It's spelled Xiacharles.
What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I own a hair salon and I braid hair, natural hair.
And where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
You said you own a salon. Do you have an actual physical location?
Yeah, I
And
do.
is that down in the New York City area as well?
Yes, it's in Crown Heights.
How many clients do you have roughly?
Too many to count. I have lots of clients.
Okay. Is one of them Stefon Diggs?
Yes, it is.
How do you know Mr. Diggs?
I started doing his hair when he played for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you know how many years ago that was?
I'm not good with dates, but whenever he last played for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you actually do Mr. Diggs's hair, how long does that process actually take?
I'd estimate probably about 3 to 5 hours, anywhere between that. Yeah.
And where have you done Mr. Diggs's hair?
At his house. He travels a lot for work, so wherever he needs me to do his hair, I go.
Is that true of other clients you have as well?
Yeah.
Have you been inside Mr. Diggs's house in Dedham?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you know when he lived there?
I don't know when he occupied the space, but I could tell you the first time I went there to do his hair.
When was that?
It was when the season started with the Patriots, probably about July, September around that time last year.
So that'd be 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you been in Mr. Diggs's and other clients' house to
Yeah.
do their hair previously?
Yeah, I have lots of celebrity clients, and obviously they wouldn't want to come to the salon, so I go to them. So wherever they're at, I go meet them there, whether it's a hotel, their house, wherever.
All right. So it sounds like September or July, fall of last year was the first time you were in Mr. Diggs's home in Dedham, but not the first time previously.
Yeah, first time in Denham, but not like elsewhere at his house. Wherever he lived before that, I would go.
Got it. And having done that, did you meet some of the people who were normally around?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Sonny?
Yes.
Who's that?
His assistant.
Did you meet any other family members of Mr. Diggs?
Yeah, everybody that's in the house, his brothers, his mom, everybody.
Okay. Do you ever meet a person named Jamila Adams?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It was his chef at the time when I met her.
And so when did you meet Jamila Adams?
At the same time, I went to the house for the first time, so like around July, September, whenever the season started with the Patriots.
Of last year?
Yeah.
Did you meet at the house?
Yeah.
And how much time were you at the house kind of the first time you met Miss Adams?
Probably like less than 24 hours or around that time, because I know I had a client the following day. So I just had to come do his hair. But that was late in the evening, and so I had to leave the following day. Yeah.
Okay. And so you met Miss Adams at that point, but did you speak to her?
I did, because I had to go to Walgreens to get some products. And so I asked anybody in the house if they needed anything, and Mila said she needed a sponge, a makeup sponge. And so I got her the sponge. When I came back to the house, she asked me how much money it was, and I told her it was okay. And that's the first interaction we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any other further interaction with Miss Adams after that kind of initial 24-hour stay?
Yeah, when I came back to the house.
When was that?
I can't give you an exact date, but I could like estimate. So probably within 2 weeks, because he'll do his hair like every 2 to 3 weeks.
So about 2, maybe 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
You went back to the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
Was Miss Adams at the house in Dedham at that point?
Yeah.
And so did you speak more to her when you went back the second time?
Yeah. So can we go back? Because even after, because I don't
No,
wanna...
I'm sorry. Just
Okay.
I apologize, Miss
Yeah.
Charles. But
Yeah.
did you speak to Miss Adams again that second time you
Yeah,
went back
I
to
did.
the house?
We spoke more. Yeah.
All right. How much time did you spend with her that second time?
More time, or like a longer time, because we were talking about food, and she wanted to come to New York to start her restaurant. And I'm a business owner, and we connected on the fact that she was a business owner. And I have like a big social media following, and I told her that she needs to do content. And I wanted to help her with her content so she could start her business. So we connected on that.
Did you end up helping her
Yeah.
with content?
Yeah.
Did you two stay in touch?
Yeah.
How long were you around at the house in Dedham that second time?
I can't tell you how long, honestly. I would stay longer if it had a game and we would go to the game together. But for however, because most times she'll be like the only female there, and Sunny will come and go. And so I spent more time with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of following that time you spent together where you said you connected over being business owners,
Yeah.
did you two remain in contact?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
We'll text, we'll send Instagram reels, we'll FaceTime.
So you guys exchanged phone numbers?
Yeah.
How much did you talk, you think, in the following weeks and months that fall?
A lot, because a lot. We talk about business, we'll gossip, we girls, so yeah.
Did you ever spend more time together in person with Miss Adams?
Yeah, I took her back to my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, so I took her to Tobago. She spent time with my family, with my grandmother. Yeah, I actually bought her ticket to go to Tobago. So yeah.
When was that?
This was probably around Thanksgiving time.
End of November then?
Yeah. Whenever Thanksgiving was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Following that trip, do you remember where you went after that?
I came back to New York. We came back on the same flight. I came back to New York and she went to Boston.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on December 2nd?
Yeah, actually. I was in Target, like late evening.
What were you doing in Target?
I was shopping for ingredients because I was spending too much money on Ubers. So I was buying ingredients to cook, like groceries.
You're buying groceries at Target?
Yeah.
What were you cooking?
So I wanted to make this like Cajun pasta with shrimp and like sausage. Mila had made it at the house and it was healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber Eats. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats. And I just wanted to be healthier and cook. And so I wanted to make it like her. So I was going through the aisles and like picking up stuff and calling Mila or message, like I texted her a picture and asked her if it was this one, but she wasn't responding quick enough. So I FaceTime her.
All right. So let me break that down there for a minute. You're in Target. You're trying to purchase ingredients for a dinner that you had seen Mila cook.
Yeah.
You said at the house. Is that at the Dedham house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you say you were looking for, what was the ingredient you were looking for?
Like shrimp, but so she makes matcha as well. So I was trying to find out like what matcha to get, that specific one from tea dealers, shrimp, pasta, sausage, everything like that.
So you just said a moment ago that as you were trying to find ingredients, you started by taking a picture and sending it to Mila?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was at?
It was before 6 p.m. for sure, because I remember leaving my cart in Target to go pick up some dry cleaning for my boyfriend because I had to get it before it closed. So I actually left Target and came back to Target. So it was before 6 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about a specific time? Do you remember exact times?
So the dry cleaners was in Brownsville, Target was at Gateway. So I got there probably minutes to 6. So probably like the end, like ending at 4 or 5 p.m. somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a text message or a photograph of an ingredient you sent.
Yeah.
Was there any record of that?
Yeah, I took a picture and sent it to her.
All right. Would that have had the actual time?
Yeah, and
on
the location.
message?
Yeah.
Do you think taking a look at a record might refresh your recollection of what time
Yeah.
you sent that photograph? Did you
Yeah.
say yes?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Charles, is
Yeah.
just take a look at that photograph. Okay? And I want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And after you've reviewed it, take a look up at me.
Yeah.
Having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection on what time
Yeah.
you actually began communicating with Miss Adams when you were in the Target?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says 4:38 on the picture.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that consistent with your recollection of when you reached out to Miss Adams?
Yeah.
Now you said you started by texting and then you FaceTimed with Miss Adams?
Yeah.
What's FaceTime?
A video call app on every iPhone.
Had you FaceTime with Miss Adams previously?
Yeah.
And so describe how that looks. What's happening at that point when you're FaceTiming?
So I FaceTime her. I told her what I was doing. We spoke about the pasta, and all the ingredients I needed to get. And she was like, "Girl, I'm not going to Miami." And she said she's gonna go home to Atlanta for a couple of days. Then she's gonna come to New York. Well, she's gonna go home to Atlanta, but she's gonna stop off in New York for a couple of days.
All right, let me actually stop you there. I apologize, Ms. Charles. It was not a specific question. So you said you're in Target while this conversation is happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see where Miss Adams was?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was in the kitchen.
Kitchen of what?
Of the Denham house.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there before, so I know the layout of the house. And the faucet was running, and I could see the island in the background.
Okay. you just said she mentioned Miami. Did you notice anything about her face, her physical appearance when you had this FaceTime call?
No,
I'm sorry?
no,
Did you see any redness, swelling?
no,
Was she flush?
no,
Was she teary-eyed?
no,
Were there any bruises on her?
no.
You started to talk a little bit about places she said she was going.
Yeah.
Did you end up actually seeing Miss Adams that day
Yeah, because
following that conversation?
yeah, 'cause
All right.
she said
Where was that?
in New York, because she said she was stopping off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her where she was gonna stay. She said at a hotel. I'm like, girl, we friends. You don't have to stay at a hotel. You could stay at my place.
All right. Did you actually see her that night? Did she stay at your place?
Yeah,
So where'd you first see her?
at the airport.
What airport?
LaGuardia.
And what were you doing out there?
I went to pick her up.
What time did you pick her up from LaGuardia Airport?
She told me she was lying at 11, so I got there like minutes to 11. I had to wait because I think her flight was delayed. Yeah, her flight was delayed. So I waited there for like 45 minutes.
And so did you end up seeing Miss Adams? Did she actually get in your car?
Yeah.
You picked her up from LaGuardia Airport? When she got in your car, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice anything about her appearance?
No.
Was there any bruising on her at that point?
No.
What were you doing when she picked Miss Adams up?
We went to go pick up my friend Tali in Queens, and we were just chilling in the car. We were just like singing and just talking.
Anything out of the ordinary about either Miss Adams or your friend Tali's demeanor?
No.
What's your friend Tali's name, if you know?
Her name is Natalia Moses.
Okay. Your car, what kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes-Benz GLE 63S.
Is there any kind of aftermarket systems that's equipped with?
It parks for itself.
Let me ask you this. Does your car have video?
Yeah. Well, I install dash cam in my car.
All right, you put the dash cam in. That didn't come with the car itself?
No.
Got it. What I'm going to ask is if we could pull up video 2, I believe, from what has been marked exhibit number 5. If we could pause it right there. All right. So this is actually for the record the first video in exhibit number 5, Ms. Charles. Looking at this, we've played 14 seconds. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes.
What is that?
That's me in my car. Dash cam video.
All right. In that video, does that fairly accurately represent kind of the drive you guys had?
Yeah.
All right. There's a timestamp down here at the bottom. It says 11:48 and 18 seconds p.m.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with your recollection of kind of after you had picked Mila up from the airport?
Yeah.
What I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to do is go to the next video down on that list. I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to pause it real quick by hitting the space bar. Thank you. So, looking at video number 2, it looks like the timestamp on the bottom says December 3rd, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Watching that video, what are we seeing in the video?
We were listening to Cranes in the Sky by Solange, and we were just talking about what the song was about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you say there, we, who is we?
My friend Natalia Moses and Jamila Adams in the car.
All right. So where we paused it, it's a little hard to see, but is your testimony that Ms. Moses was in the car?
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat here?
Jamila Adams.
So was Ms. Moses in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Okay. What did the three of you do that night?
We went to Jersey. I have a house in Jersey City, so we went to Jersey City.
And what did you do?
Drink, eat wings, and watch TV, just chill.
All right. Did you end up staying or sleeping in Jersey City, or did you sleep somewhere else?
No, I went back to my apartment in Brooklyn.
Who went back to your apartment in Brooklyn?
Me, Tally, and Mila.
And what time do you think you got back?
I'd estimate probably like 3, 4 a.m. in the morning.
All right, so early in the morning.
Yeah.
That entire time span that we're talking about, there's your description of what you just did: eat, drink, have some wings, and hang out. Is that a fair description of what you did that night?
Yeah.
All right. Where'd you sleep that night?
I slept on the couch downstairs, and Mila and Tally slept upstairs in my bedroom.
Okay. Do you remember how long Miss Adams ended up staying at your house?
Probably like a week, a little over a week.
All right. That night in Jersey City and back at your apartment in Brooklyn, did you have the opportunity to observe Miss Adams?
Probably the morning we got up. Yeah, because we girls, so we get dressed in front of each other. So yeah, the day of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say you get dressed in front of each other,
Yeah.
did you actually see Miss Adams without clothes on as you were getting dressed?
With a towel on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you observe any bruising, redness on
No.
her neck or chest?
No.
Did you observe anything on her face?
No.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva if we can actually play the third video. And so I'm going to pause it right there and just ask you, so this image, is that a fair and accurate representation of how Miss Adams looked that day on December 3rd?
Yeah.
That video kind of depicts how she looked.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anytime the day of December 3rd, did you notice bruising developing, redness, any kind of physical marks on Miss Adams?
No.
On December 4th, 5th, 6th, did you notice any of that?
No.
Did Miss Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever mention any kind of an attack?
No.
Do you remember when she left?
Can't give you the exact date, but probably like somewhere between the 9th, 10th, or 11th, either one of those dates.
Okay. And after Miss Adams left, actually, let me back up, strike that. So if she got there on December 2nd, and she left on the 9th, 10th, or 11th, this is fair to say she was down there for a week, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah.
All right. After she left, did you see her again?
Yeah, I saw her afterwards.
Soon afterwards? Where was that?
In Boston.
And in Boston, where were you?
Where was I in Boston?
Yeah.
At the house in Dedham.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I understand. So you saw her again at the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Probably the 13th. Yeah, the 12th or the 13th, because I had to go do his hair.
Okay. What was there some sort of time sensitive pressure about doing his hair?
Because he had to leave to go to Miami, so I had to go do his hair. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to do his hair. Probably had a game. He probably had a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. You Miss Adams leaves New York
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw her again?
Yeah. Either 12, 13, 14, somewhere there. I'm not good with dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was in?
At the house in Dedham.
All right.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the house in Dedham?
I had to do his hair.
Who was in the house in Dedham?
His mom, Mila, me. I think Marshawn was there. Yeah. Yeah, that's who I can remember being in the house.
Okay. Did you do Mr. Diggs's hair that day?
Yeah.
What time of day?
It was late evening.
In the evening then?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How long did doing his hair take?
Between 3 and 5 hours.
And so, do you remember when you finished doing his hair roughly?
It was late that night. Yeah, like probably 10, 11, somewhere there.
What did you do after you finished doing Mr. Diggs's hair that night?
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. that morning.
6 a.m. the following morning or that morning?
So I did his hair the night. I stayed downstairs on the couch. I was laying on the couch on my phone. I stayed down there because I had a flight early the next morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you were down on the couch, what happened?
Like later into the night, Mila came downstairs and she was just talking about stuff that happened earlier in the day.
All right. Let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th when you're doing Mr. Diggs's hair?
Yeah. So I was behind the couch. He was on the couch with Miss Stephanie. We were watching a Netflix comedy special, and we were just there kicking it. He was on his phone. Mila was in the back of us, like in a little dining area. She was on her phone, and she shouts over to him, "Yo, Steph, when am I gonna get my money?" And he responds, "I think you spoke to the accountant." And her demeanor changed. His demeanor kind of changed, but I wasn't paying any attention to it. I was just doing my job. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing. And she was there on her phone and she was just like laughing really loud. I don't want to imply anything, but like you can tell.
So
Okay,
let me stop you right there. You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud.
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the next morning, you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the probably midnight, 1 a.m.-ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed.
She asked you if
if he was annoyed.
And that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah, she was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
sustained.
Okay.
So let me ask you this way: did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was going to sue him.
For what?
For the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
take it to the block.
Blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot.
Hang on,
so.
Let me stop you there.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
So, do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
A couple things I want to follow up with is Charles. Did Miss Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she'd been assaulted? Did you heard anything about a strangulation or an assault?
No.
That night, when she was talking about the suing Mr. Diggs,
Yeah.
did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said you have a dash camera in your car.
Mhm.
How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah. Probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay. Why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in New York, insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
In New York, you said?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Commonwealth, care to inquire?
Good afternoon, Ms. Charles.
Afternoon.
So you've been doing Mr. Diggs' hair, you said every 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For how long?
So I started doing his hair when he was at the Buffalo Bills. And then last year, like a little before the Met Gala last year is when like I started doing it consistently.
Okay, so for more than 1 year you've been doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks? How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style that I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
And you said that sometimes you go to the games afterwards?
Yeah.
How many times has that happened?
I went twice when I was in Dedham, once in New York, and once at the Super Bowl.
And you also said that at least on one occasion you slept over his house. Did you sleep over his house often, or?
No.
When did you meet Ms. Adams?
Probably August, September.
So at the time when she went to New York, you'd known her for 2-3 months, something like that?
Probably, yeah.
And you'd known him for over a year?
Yeah.
And you'd seen him every 2 to 3 weeks for 3 to 5 hours?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say you knew him better than you knew her?
No, because we have a client service provider relationship. So I wouldn't say that's subjective.
When
I
you're
think so.
doing his hair, do you talk to him?
I keep it professional. So just how's the game, stuff like that. Nothing in his personal life.
If I may, one moment. Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Natalia Moses.
Like a boss.
Watch your step, and then you can remain standing, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear.
Y'all tell me what kind of water is that?
In this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may sit us.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moses.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Natalia Moses, Moses.
All right, and I'll just ask you to keep your voice up a little bit so that everyone in the court can hear.
Sure.
Do you also go by a nickname?
Yes, Tali.
Tali is your nickname?
Yes.
All right. Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I've just moved. I live in Florida. I go between Brooklyn and Florida as I have a business in Florida as well.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you work for any particular salon or on your own?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. Do you know Shy Charles?
I do.
How do you know Shy?
Shy and I met in 2018. I started off being her assistant, her braiding assistant.
Okay. Do you still work with Shy?
No.
All right. What about Stefon Diggs? Do you know Stefon Diggs?
No, not personally.
Have you ever met Stefon Diggs?
No,
Is Stefon Diggs a client of yours?
no,
Do you know Jamila Adams?
I do.
How do you know Mila?
I know Mila through Shy.
Okay. When is the first, have you ever met Ms. Adams?
I have.
When is the first time you met her?
I want to say December 2nd into December 3rd. Around that time, that was the first time I met her in person, but I would have spoken to her on the phone on multiple occasions before.
Okay. And did you talk to her, just the two of you before December 2nd?
No, not just the two of us. We would always speak on with Shy in the middle, so it would always be on Shy's phone. So I never spoke to her one-on-one prior to December 2nd.
I see. Okay. So Shy and Ms. Adams had a relationship.
That's correct.
And then sometime, and you and Shy have a relationship.
That's correct.
And sometimes the three of you would talk.
That's correct.
Understood. And were these calls professional calls, business calls, personal calls?
Personal calls.
Okay. All right. So what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Adams on December 2nd?
So she said she was passing through to New York, and Shy told her, well, she could stay at her house. I just came from Atlanta because I had a job in Atlanta, and Shy told me that she would pick me up as we were coming in from the same airport. I, however, came in before Ms. Adams, so I went to my family's house, and Shy picked me up from there with Ms. Adams in the car.
Okay. And where was your family's house?
In Queens.
All right. And that was the first time you met Ms. Adams?
In person, yes.
In person.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, I take it you had been in Shy's car before?
That's correct.
All right. And can you describe her car, the outside of it?
It's a white AMG.
Okay. And can you just describe the inside of her car?
She has a red interior.
All right. Does she have any recording devices in her car?
Yes, she has a dash cam in her car.
All right. And can you describe what that dash cam looks like?
It's a rectangular shape. She has it on the top of the windshield.
Okay. So you can see it when you're sitting in her car?
That's correct.
All right. And did you know that that dash cam was in there?
I did.
All right. Did you know that on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And you could see it when you were sitting in the car on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
All right. After Shy and Ms. Adams picked you up in, I think you said Queens?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We went to New Jersey.
And what did you do in New Jersey?
We was just chilling at the house. We bought food and, girl time. We was just hanging around watching music videos and stuff like that.
Okay. And during that time, it's a strange question, were the lights on?
It was.
Okay. When you were with Shy and Miss Adams at the house in New Jersey, did you notice any marks or bruises or redness on Ms. Adams' face?
I did not.
Could you see her neck at that time?
Yes.
Did you notice any marks or redness or bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she complain at any point about soreness or stiffness or, soreness or stiffness?
No, she did not.
You testified, did you see her eat?
I did.
Did you see her drink?
I did.
Did she seem to have any difficulty swallowing?
She did not.
Did she complain about difficulty swallowing?
No, she did not.
Or a sore throat at all?
No.
All right. Did her voice sound hoarse?
No, it
Did her
not.
voice sound any different than it had sounded when you previously spoke with her?
No.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in her appearance or her behavior on December 2nd?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you end up spending time with Miss Adams in New York City?
Approximately a week.
Okay. Did you spend that whole week? And I'm sorry, I should have asked this question. Did you stay in that house in New Jersey on December 2nd?
No, we went to Shy's house in Brooklyn.
Okay. And did you end up staying there that night?
We did.
Did you stay there also on the night of December 3rd?
I did.
And did you stay there all the way up until December 9th?
I did.
Okay. And did Miss Adams stay there as well?
She did.
Where did you sleep in the Brooklyn house?
We all slept in Shy's room.
Okay. By all, you mean you, Miss Adams, and Shy?
And Shy.
Okay.
Sometimes Shy would go to her boyfriend's house, so sometimes it would just be Miss Adams and myself.
Okay. I take it you at some point woke up on December 3rd.
Yes.
And what was Ms. Adams' behavior like on December 3rd?
She was fine. She was bubbly.
Okay.
Yeah, a good personality. She didn't show any signs of anything wrong.
Okay. Did she cook for you?
She made breakfast.
And same question on December 3rd. Did you spend December 3rd with her?
I did.
Did you see any bruises, redness, marks on her face at that time?
No.
Were you able to see her neck on that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to see her chest on that day?
Yes, we all stayed in the same room, so we got dressed and everything together.
Okay, understood. And did you see any marks or bruising or redness?
No.
On any of those areas? Okay. Did you see any such marks or bruises or redness, anything like that the entire week you spent together?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where Ms. Adams asked you to take a look at her hair?
Yes.
Can you, what was that? How did that come about?
So I was supposed to do her hair. So a stylist, I would analyze her hair. I would lift it up just to see if, the style that we was going to do. I was trying to decide on the style that we was going to do. So I did have close up view to her neck and her hair.
Okay. And in the course of lifting her hair and looking at her neck, did you see anything?
No.
Okay. Do you remember taking a couple of videos of Ms. Adams while you were together in New York?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
Possibly December 7th or 8th, around that time.
Okay. And I will ask Mr. Kettlewell to very smoothly play Exhibit 8, please. Okay, and we could just pause that. Sorry. Ms. Moses, is this one of the videos that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
All right. And can you just describe where you are?
We were in Shire's room there, and we were just goofing around, listening to music and dancing and stuff.
Okay. And then if you could just complete that video, please. All right. And then, Mr. Kettlewell, if you could play Exhibit 9, please.
The other video on Exhibit 9.
And can you just hit pause for a second? Thank you. Is this the other video that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
And that was on that trip in New York?
Yes, it is.
Between December 2nd and December 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And was this close in time to the first video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kettlewell, if you could keep playing. And was that video that you took, was that consistent of how Miss Adams was being with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to take that video?
No.
But Miss Adams knew you were filming her.
She did.
Okay. And the entire time that you were with Miss Adams in New York City, did she mention anything about being hit?
She did not.
Did she mention anything about being choked?
No, she did not.
Did she say or do anything that suggested to you that Steph Diggs had hurt her or scared her in any way?
She did not.
Okay. I have no further questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Kamala?
Just briefly, that New York trip, was that the first time you had ever met Miss Adams in person?
That's correct.
You said you didn't see any bruises on her. Were you looking for bruises on her?
No, but she was in my face.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense rest. Has to be heard.
All right,
Sorry.
defense rest.
Well, there you go. The defense has rested. I'm gonna turn on the beep and noise in my ear so y'all don't have to hear that. But I don't know what y'all think. I see a lot of people saying, "Why the are we here?" I don't know. Go ahead, Stefon. You about to be able to go continue to dig it. Not guilty. How long y'all think it's gonna take for a verdict? I know. What I want to know why the state thought that they were going to be able to win this. Can y'all tell me that? That's what I want to know. So you say 12% said guilty? I need to understand. Hopefully y'all don't hear the beeping noise. I got the beeping noise in my ear, so hopefully not. I only said guilty, but for the victim. You know, he need to like sue her back or something. We need something like that to happen. I'm telling you, if people will start countersuing and getting back at these people that's taking them through the ring road.
Jurors, so the defense has rested. There's no further evidence in this case, so that is closed. So that means that, as I predicted for you, what remains will be the closing statements of the attorneys, and then I will give you my instructions for you on the law. What we're going to do is we're going to suspend for the luncheon recess, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with all of that. Okay? So there should be, your lunch order should be ready, hopefully, and we'll see you back here in a little over an hour. All right, thank you.
Arise, jurors can step down, please.
Okay, well, they come back at 2 o'clock. So what I will do is I will go through, because I know a lot of people missed her testimony from yesterday. So I'll go ahead and replay her testimony while they're on lunch. And go second possible and go deep. I'm so tired. Okay, so they are breaking for lunch. I am going to go ahead and play her testimony beginning from yesterday for you guys. For those that didn't see that, I'm sorry. So I will replay the testimony that we saw yesterday. They'll be back in about an hour or so. So for those guys that did not see that, and we'll kind of go from there. But yeah, he about to go get him some steak and lobster. He might dig one on the break. I have no clue. Who knows what Stefon Diggs might be doing? He might dig one. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know why the state brought this case. This is terrible. I don't know. And then you say, why ask why? Let's see here. Let me get this up for us so we can watch. And we'll start from the beginning of her testimony yesterday, because, you know, she was the only person that testified besides the officer that took that ridiculous report as far as as far as I'm concerned. It seemed like a ridiculous report. Wait a minute. Here we go. And when we go back into court, we'll go into closing arguments, and then there will be our deliberations. Now, will they have this done? I mean, I don't know if they'll have time to deliberate, depending on how long they get for closing arguments. I think opening statements by both sides was only about an hour. Not sure how long closing will be, but yeah, I'm not sure if they'll have much time to deliberate personally, but we'll see. Okay. And for anybody that's trying to catch up on the Fulio trial, I am going to be opening up in a room for the Fulio trial so we can kind of catch up in there and get that testimony up under wraps. So kind of many and different places today. Oh, you're okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go here. This is her initially taking a stand yesterday. Let's go into her testimony.
Right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jamila, Jamila, Adams, Adams.
And do you normally go by Jamila or?
I go by Mila.
Mila, okay. And what do you do for a living?
I am a professional chef. I have been working in the industry for 13 years.
So you're a professional chef. Do you work in kitchens and?
I work privately for athletes, prominent figures, and wealthy families.
So you're a private. Is there a difference between a private chef and personal chef? Are those the same things, or?
It's pretty much the same thing.
And how long did you say you've been a private chef?
13 years.
13 years. And what sort of training did you take to become a chef?
I went to school for clinical psychology, so I have a degree in psychology. But I followed my passion in cooking because I grew up in the South and we cook. So I did some training in France and also Italy.
And kind of very generally, what does a private chef do?
We provide daily meals for our clients. So that would be breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks. It's typically a live-in situation. So readily available to them, kind of like 24 hours a day. So I would say it's based on clients' needs. So each client would, whatever your health goals were or health issues were, I will help you get better.
So you mentioned a little bit about what kind of clientele have you worked for?
Athletes, entertainers.
And without naming names, what kind of athletes or entertainers do you mean?
Singers, football players, basketball players, baseball players.
And are these professionals?
Very professional.
How much do you make in that job?
It ranges, depending on the needs they need from me. If it's a full-time live-in, it can range from anywhere $5,300 a week to $10,000.
Turning your attention now to a Mr. Stefon Diggs. Do you know Mr. Stefon Diggs?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I've known Stefon Diggs for over 4.5 years.
And how'd you meet him?
We met in December 22 through an Instagram message. He first wanted me to cook for him.
And Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you identify him through, I see you're pointing at someone, but could you describe him just because we have to have everything on the record? You describe him either clothing he's wearing or hairstyle, anything like that?
A blue shirt and blue tie and blue suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Mr. Stefon Diggs?
It will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Over those 4 or so years, how would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
You said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private chef?
Yes.
What were the sort of terms of your employment? Like were you going to be living with him?
Yes.
And how many meals or what was it like working for him?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, yes. So as far as your employment goes, what were your duties working as a Mr. Diggs private chef?
My duties were to make all his meals, his snacks, and basically get him healthy. That was the start of our initially hiring me. He was coming back. It was his comeback year. And I wanted to help him get healthy, to eat better too.
So do you create a menu? Does he just tell you what he wants?
I'm skilled with recovery. So I knew what it would take to get him, help him get healthy and stay healthy. To help him change his diet. So it was more so like diet change would be the focus and just overall health.
Did you would you cook just for him or for other people as well?
Yes, I will cook for whoever was in the house.
And I know you mentioned earlier breakfast. Is that the sort of standard? Was it every day breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then?
Yes, breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks.
And how much did you get paid for this?
We agreed on $2,000 a week.
And how did you get paid?
Finance office would pay me.
So you said that you, while this was staying in his house, right?
Yes.
Where was this house?
7 Schoolmasters Lane.
In what town?
Dedham.
And could you describe this house? What was it? It was a single family home?
What do you mean by that?
What was it? Was it an apartment? Was it?
No, it was a single family home's house.
And how many floors was it?
Basement, middle floor, a landing, and then top floor. So 3 floors.
And so where was the kitchen?
The kitchen was downstairs on the floor you come into the house on. So the first floor, I would call it.
And that's where you did your chefing, cooking, baking? I don't know.
Yes, where I did my cooking.
Yes.
Yes.
And where did you stay in that house?
I stayed on the top floor.
And where was it in the house?
It was up the landing all the way to the back, and it was over the kitchen.
And was this a single bedroom that you had? Was it a suite? What was it?
A single bedroom with a full bathroom.
With a full bathroom. Was the bathroom off of the bedroom?
It's the bedroom, and then you walk back into the bathroom.
So
it was in my room.
Okay, so the entrance to the bathroom wasn't in the hallway; it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Mr. Diggs? Where was his bedroom?
Up the first landing.
Okay, so you said that there was the floor you come in on, a landing, and then
Mr. Diggs' room.
Mr. Diggs was on the landing?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there in that house?
from July 2025, July 20th, 21st. I can't remember the exact date right now. To December the 15th.
And during that time, who was at the house with you?
Mr. Diggs, his friends.
Did he have other staff that lived there, or was it just?
No, it was just, I was just living there. He had friends that basically lived there.
Okay. And while you were living there, was it a kind of regular schedule or thing? How did that work?
Yes, he gets a different schedule by the week, but it would change by the day sometimes. Sometimes he would have to go in later or earlier. So I would often ask at night what time you have to be at work, so I can have breakfast prepared for him to take to work.
Turning your attention now to November. Around November, did any sort of friction occur between members of his staff?
Yes.
And what was that?
I wouldn't. Friction. Say that again.
Did
Friction
it-
to his friction.
Was there any sort of maybe I should say this? What if anything happened near the end of November?
Yes. A Instagram DM message was sent to his child's mother's friend, and this message was stating that I was telling his personal business of women that he was sleeping with that worked with us, that worked with me, and yeah.
And so-
as far as I can remember, it was what that message said.
And
So
how did this create friction within the people working for Mr. Diggs?
I was confronted by Mr. Diggs if I said these things, but it had already been Mr. Diggs had a ongoing sexual relationship with Lindsay Bolin, and this person, she didn't like me, that fact that I was in the house.
So you mentioned Lindsay Golden. Who's that person?
Lindsay Bolin, it works for Mr. Diggs.
What does she do?
I can't quite answer that. I just know he provides housing, pays her rent.
someone
I don't
works
know.
for him.
Yeah, she works for him. I don't know.
And so, did you and Lindsay get into any sort of argument? Or you mean, or?
We didn't get in. We got in an argument after Mr. Diggs confronted me. She sent me a message first, per his instruction, and called me a name, excuse my language, guys, a bitch. And she just went on and on and on in this message about me.
Objection, Your Honor. May we be heard at sidebar?
Yes. Objection. She's spilling all the tea. I like this. She like he was banging the whole house, tearing us all down. I tell you, digging it. Woo. And they get all these women together and they start getting jealous of each other, boy.
We will resume in about an hour, just about 5:02. I want to remind you that you are not to discuss this case with anyone, not on social media, not even amongst yourselves. No,
You look
nothing about this case. It's to be discussed while this matter is still pending. I instructed you earlier in the morning about that, and just want to.
I know I'm gonna go past this. Take my break.
You should have your lunch waiting for you.
All right, jurors can step down this way, please.
I mean, what do they expect? Like, Like, it seemed like this is, I mean,
Ms. Adams, you may step down.
court, right?
Jurors have exited.
Counsel, are there any issues that we need
May
to
be seated.
address before I discharge the group, or is everything all set? Anything that's come up from this morning? All set?
I don't think so, yeah.
You had mentioned that you had certain exhibits that you had agreed that were going to be pre-marked. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Thank you. Commonwealth, go ahead.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Adams, can I now turn your attention towards the date of December 2nd?
Yes.
Were you still employed by Mr. Diggs at this time?
Yes.
And where were you on December 2nd?
I was in the house, 7 Schoolmasters Lane.
Gotcha. And that day, what were you doing that day?
I woke up in the morning, prepared breakfast. Mr. Diggs came downstairs. He asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why. And it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time, because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't going to come like at an earlier time.
And at some point during this day, were you alone in your bedroom?
Yes.
And do you know?
So I wonder, y'all, wait a minute. Y'all know I'm not gonna make it. So my question is,
sitting on the bed, laying across the bed, I had my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And were you communicating with any people at this point?
I received a text from Anna, was one of his friends.
Did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text that was in the morning. We had went back and forth in morning
But you had
text.
some previous texts in the morning.
Yes.
Let's go. You're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
When you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed.
About how far away were you from the door?
About 4 or 5 feet, something like that.
So he comes in, closes the door behind him. What happens next?
He asked me to come here. He walked across the room and like leaned back on the dresser.
Okay, and just to give a kind of a sense, where's the dresser in the room in relation to like the door and?
Across the room, alongside the bathroom door.
Okay, so about how far away from the front door is the dresser?
Or 8 feet. I don't know them. A nice amount of feet.
Okay, so some amount of distance from it. You said he leans against the dresser?
Yes.
Are you still on the bed at this point?
I'm still on the bed at this point.
What happens?
He comes in, he looks very angry. He was upset from the text exchange we were having. And in that text exchange, he was calling me bitches, and he was just very upset.
But what happened in that room?
He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him. Like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him and he was like, what was all that shit you was talking?
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, you said, and I couldn't finish my statement and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked
He
you,
smacked me with an open hand.
do you know which hand he used?
right hand, right side of my
Do you know
face.
which part of your face got hit?
The right side of my face.
And I know you're putting your hand against your cheek. Is it your cheek that got
It was
struck?
my cheek that got hit.
About how far away from you were you from him when that happened?
I was at the end of the dresser.
And where was he?
He was on the, like in front of me on the other side of the dresser.
So about how much space was in between you?
Maybe 3 feet, 4 feet.
So you said that he I want to use the word. Did you say smack or slap? I don't know what the word was.
Smack.
So he smacked you,
Yeah.
and then what happened?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, like stop.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands?
Yes.
Around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
Up to block his hands.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he Can I have a second? Can I have a second?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you take a minute.
All right.
Oh, she get.
I went up to push his hand, like block him, like block him. He.
For all my note takers, this is the Take It to Trial cry class at its finest. Like, we didn't see a teardrop, but we saw the raw emotion, y'all. Oh my goodness. Did y'all not feel that? Oh goodness. I cannot. I need a tear or something to come down her. Like, I need the tear to come down, and then we got this all the way down packed. But I appreciate how she said, let me stop, let me recollect myself so I can be able to tell y'all the rest of what happened when we was up in that room. Oh boy. Get to it, girl. Get to it.
Took his arm and he like came around my neck with the crook of his elbow around my neck, and he began to choke me, pressure on my neck with his elbow.
So you said you pushed against him, and then he put his arm around your neck?
Yes.
Do you know? Were you facing away from him?
I was facing him.
You were facing him. He put his arm around your neck?
Yes, he like spun me around.
He spun you around?
Yeah, like I will have to show you more so than I can describe it.
Describe it as best you can.
I was standing in front of him. When he slapped me, I went to like try to hit him back like this. And then it was like he tackled me, like got me to try to keep from pushing him or protecting myself. And he put his arm around my neck like this, and he's choking me.
So you ended up in a position where his like forearm or bicep was around your neck.
Yes.
And you said he choked you. What exactly did he put pressure on your neck?
Yes, he put pressure on me.
And were you able to breathe?
At first, and it kept getting tighter and tighter.
So were you able to breathe?
No.
About how long were you in this position?
I would say roughly I can't recall the amount of time. I just know it went from the edge where we were in front of the dresser to the side of the bed to him falling on top of me on the bed.
So about how far of a distance is that?
About maybe 4 or 5 feet, something like that, 5, 6 feet.
At some point, did he let you go?
Yeah, he let me go when I when we got to the side of the bed, I was pushing back. I started to do a move that I saw off of social media. He said to me, that shit is not going to work.
So when you say you saw him, you tried to do
It
a
was a
move.
defensive move where you try to put your hands underneath the person that's trying to choke you. It's like something I saw on a woman defensive page or something. And he said that shit you see on Instagram is not going to work. And that's when he got tighter. Like the more I was trying to put his hand, he got tighter.
And then what happened?
And then I was pushing back. And then he like fell down on top of me on the bed because I was on the side of the bed. And it was like, he was like letting me, like, I guess he was about to let me go. But as he was getting up, he like pulled my hair. And he was like, yeah, I thought so.
And then what happened?
He got up off of me, off the bed behind me, and he walked around the bed. I told him I still haven't got paid. He said lies. And he was like, so what are you doing? So what are you doing for the week? And I was like, I'm staying here. He said, I don't want anyone in my house. I don't want anyone here. I was like, okay, so who's going to get my ticket? He said, who always gets your ticket? And that's it. He walked out of the room.
So from the moment he entered the room to the moment he left, about how much time went by?
My last text to Anna was probably like 3:30 something. I text Sunny at 4:11. So it was between that time because I didn't have plans. I didn't have money to go anywhere to travel. I know.
I know, but just the question was about how long time.
It was just in between that time. I can't say exact, but I know it's before 4:11.
So is that 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes?
He was in the room probably maybe 10 minutes, 15. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't remember.
When he left the room, what happened next?
I looked down at my pants. I had peed my pants, and I had just came off my cycle, and I was bleeding really bad again. I guess because I was so scared, I changed my pants and I cleaned up myself, and I came back in the room, and that's when I text Sunny to get my flight.
And where was that flight to?
Atlanta.
At some point, did you exit your? When you said you went to your bathroom, was that the bathroom that's connected to the bedroom, right?
Yes.
At some point, did you leave out your bedroom again?
I didn't leave out my bedroom till later in the afternoon.
But so at some point later on, you did. Do you know about how long you stayed there?
In my bedroom? A while, because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do.
So at some point though, that later on that day, you exited out of the bedroom.
Yes.
And what did you do next?
When I exited out of the bedroom, while I was in my bedroom, I was packing my clothes to leave. Okay. I called another coworker, I would call her, and I just asked her, like, you know, what she was doing, and she was like, I told her I wasn't able to go to Art Basel, and that I was going home, and she was like, oh, you should come here, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll come there.
When she said here, what does that mean?
New York City. So I then proceeded to change my flight to go to New York.
Okay. And when was that flight going to be?
I just know I landed at 10:49. It was a later flight in the afternoon.
But it's that day?
It's that day, yes.
Did you see Mr. Diggs anytime after that happened that day?
Yes.
And what was that like?
He was getting a massage, and I was leaving out. By the time I saw him, I was handing over birthday gifts that I had got.
So when you said you're handing out birthday gifts, who were you handing out birthday gifts?
To him.
This is a gift that you had already purchased, or?
Yes, I normally give him a birthday gift every year.
When's his birthday?
November 28th.
Okay, so this was a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
So at some point, did you leave this house?
Yes.
How did you leave to get to the airport?
A car, a Uber.
All right, and so an Uber came and picked you up and brought you to the airport?
Yes.
You went to New York, was it New York City or New York State?
New York City.
Also New York State, yeah.
Hmm.
And who did you meet up in New York City?
I met up with Shy Charles, and she picked me up from the airport, and we went to pick up her friend Natalia, and then we went to her ex-husband's house to pick up something or to do something she had to do. We were there. We ordered wings and watched a movie, watched some videos.
And did you tell anyone here about what had happened to you?
No, I didn't tell anyone there because they have their own interpersonal sexual relationship. So I wouldn't have never told her anything like that.
How long did you stay in New York?
I stayed in New York Tuesday to Tuesday, so 7 days the week.
And did you come back to Massachusetts?
Yes.
And did you come back to working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
At some point, and I know this was a little bit before, maybe a little bit afterwards, but at some point, were you talking to Mr. Diggs about money you felt he owed you?
It was past wages.
Okay.
Yes.
When did you first bring that up with him?
During the week of Art Basel. I want to say like maybe the 5th or 6th.
Of December?
Yes.
Okay. And so you felt that he owed you some money from wages that weren't paid. Is that what you're saying?
I wasn't paid for the time of the month. Like I had been paid for the weeks that I put in at that time.
Okay. And who did you talk to Mr. Diggs directly, or did you talk to his finance people? Who did you talk to about this?
It was a chain of command. Like I would talk to his assistant, but his assistant was under investigation for stealing watches and money. So I don't know if my things.
That portion of the answer will be stricken from the record, and the jurors will disregard it, given it no consideration during the board deliberations. Please answer the question asked. Commonwealth, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. At some point, did someone from Mr. Diggs bring up a non-disclosure agreement?
Yes, Mr. Diggs likes to abuse people and try to hide his abuse.
That objection is sustained. That portion of the witness's answer will be stricken, and the jurors will disregard it during your deliberations. You are to give it no consideration and do not even raise it. Next question.
At some point, were you given some information about a non-disclosure agreement by someone who worked for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
And when was this?
A couple days after the assault.
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
At what?
At some point, did you stop working for Mr. Diggs?
I didn't stop working for Mr. Diggs until my last day in the house. I would say was the 16th. So yeah, at some point.
So December 16th, okay. At some point, did you report any of this to the Dedham police?
Yes.
And when was that?
The Tuesday.
Do you know the actual day or just that it was a Tuesday?
I left on the 15th. I left his house on the 15th. I reported on the 16th.
Okay, so and so did you call the police? Did you go there in person? How did that happen?
I went there in person.
And what happened?
I was begging for my pay with Mr. Diggs, begging for days.
Objection, Your Honor.
And he refused to pay me.
Objection is sustained. That portion of the response will be stricken, and the jurors are not to consider it in your deliberations. Answer the question asked. Please phrase the question again.
At some point, you arrived to the Dedham Police Station.
Yes.
Did you speak to an officer?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
I was very hesitant at first because of his fame and power. So yes, but I
Objection,
did.
Your Honor, move to strike.
The objection is sustained. That comment by the witness will be stricken from the record, and the jurors are to disregard it and not consider it in your deliberations.
At some point, did you tell the officer about what happened on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And did at any point you provide to the Dedham Police text messages?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes.
Approaching of what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. I'm placing something in front of you. If you could take a look at that, and when we're done looking at that, look back up at me.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a text message exchange between me and Mr. Diggs.
And is this the text message exchange that you provided to the Dedham Police?
Yes. I deleted messages because making the report to the police in my previous abusive relationship,
Objection,
me,
Your Honor.
Ma'am,
I'm telling you what,
stop. That part of the answer is stricken from the record, and the jurors will disregard it. Ma'am, please answer the question that is put to you.
Okay.
And if you don't understand it, you can have it restated for you. Counsel at sidebar, please.
Oh, snap. The judge is not having it. She don't care nothing about what you talk about, lady. Oh my goodness. Oh, the judge is not having it. Oh, this is not looking good in front of no jury, y'all. People that got to decide this. Remember, y'all, in the Cardi B civil suit when Bianca got up there on the stand acting like she was hard, like she was tough. You don't think the jury could tell that? Like she was tough out here. Oh my. He ain't even looking her way. That's how you know when somebody done with you. Oof. Oh, man. She done messed up. And you know, this don't go on like her. You know, people gonna see this about her career. Let me move us past. I think. Can I move us? I think I can move us.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Turning your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what this is? You can look through it. There's one page.
I recognize it, but the messages is cut off.
There's I believe 3 pages to this. If you want to throw 4 pages, rather, if you want to flip through.
Yes.
Do you recognize this? What these is?
Yes.
What is this?
This was in a text exchange
Between whom?
between me and Mr. Diggs.
And when was this text exchange from?
The morning into the noon, 12/2.
Of December 2nd?
Yes.
Is there a difference between the text messages that you provided to the Dedham Police and the text messages that are here?
Yes.
And what is that difference?
I deleted bet and pussy, and I'm ruining that bitch life. Not mistaken. Yeah.
And why did you delete those phrases when you provided those text messages to the Dedham police?
Because when I was abused in my previous relationship, when I would say things,
The objection is sustained.
he would.
The objection is sustained. There's no question there. Again, the jurors will disregard it. Sidebar.
Why she keep trying to bring in what some other man did to her? That is not allowed, ma'am. Listen. No, the judge not letting this go in. No, that is not the question. That is not the answer. She keep trying to get in all this stuff about what this other man did to her. You have to take him to court, ma'am. Oh, she about to cry. Oh, gosh, she about to cry. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Y'all see her? She about to cry because she know that she wants to get this out so bad. Why did the state tell her that you're not going to be able to do that, ma'am? Yeah, that's a stress cry because she's trying to get it out and the judge is not going to let her get it out. But the state should have told her this, and they need to stop right now while having a sidebar. And they should take her to the side and they should talk about this. Like, look, we know you want to get into this, but this is not going to be, you're not going to be able to do it. Because I'm telling you, I mean, it doesn't look great to me from the outside looking in that the judge got to keep interrupting her and saying this. Yeah, Earl, you know we like to cry when we can't. All else fails, you got that right. We like to cry. We sure do. We like to cry because we need to get it out. You will not listen to whatever we talking about. Yes, Earl. I mean, but just so everybody's aware that this is not this is like criminal. Like, so I don't think a bag is really attached to this. Not at this point. Maybe she can do something civil later, but right now a bag is not really attached to it. So unlike some of these places, these cases that we see where they going after the bag first.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way, please.
Oh, that's fury out. Oh, man. That's okay, so they must keep them on a while.
Your Honor, may I approach also?
Yes. They must have to talk.
Now with, I may direct your attention to what is marked as Exhibit 3. Do you mind looking through this number of pages? And when you kind of have looked at it a little bit, you can look back up at me.
I'm reading all of them or just that first page?
Have you read a few of those? Well, let me say, from what you've seen, do you recognize what these seem to be?
Yes.
What are these?
Text messages about the.
Do you know who the text messages are between?
Yes, between me and Mr. Diggs.
And do you know when these text messages are from?
12/2. Yeah, 12/2.
So were those text messages that were going on between you and him that morning of that day?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to maybe go to the third last page on this.
In this whole thing?
Of this section. So if may I approach and
Yes.
Yes.
So on the top page, there's a text that says pussy, right?
Yes,
Who sent that?
I did.
And how did Mr. Diggs respond?
Show me I'm pussy.
And how did you respond?
Will do.
And were those the last text messages sent before Mr. Diggs hit you?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
Your Honor, may I approach once more?
Yes.
Bringing your attention now to was marked Exhibit 4. Could you look through a few of these? And do you recognize what these are?
Yes,
And what are these?
these are messages that I sent him asking to be paid.
And do you know when around these were from?
It was a couple of days after. They were in Art Basel. 12/5 it says. Yeah, I know I was begging for my money for a while.
Just, I think, handful final questions. When he was in the room, when he slapped you, when he put you in a headlock, was there anyone else in the room but you two?
Just us two.
And were there other people in the house?
Yes,
Do you know where they were in the house?
downstairs. If I'm not mistaken.
And you said you went to New York and you met with a Shy. Is it Shy?
Yeah,
How did you know Shy Charles?
she works for him.
Okay, so
She braids his hair.
and so has she known you longer or him longer?
Him longer.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, here we go. And now the defense. Wow.
Ms. Adams, today is not the first day you've told the story of what you say happened on December 2nd, true?
True.
The first time you told the story was on December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to Officer Ellis of the Dedham Police Department, right?
Yes.
And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story.
Yes.
And he took notes of what you were saying.
Yes.
Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was
Well-
making a report. I don't know.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case, based on your word, that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I have been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have of me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsay, your anger at Lindsay, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip?
My anger was at Stefon. I never said my anger was at Lindsay.
You were angry at Stefon on December 2nd
Yes.
because you were told you couldn't go on
I
the
was
Miami
angry
trip.
at Stefon because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs on December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar just briefly?
Yes. Sir Ellis or entered her unlocked bed.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar just briefly?
Yes. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did not.
Question pending yet.
Oh,
do you see that
sorry.
language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
To my recollection, it was true. We did discuss money and payment.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd.
Okay, I also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Me reporting anything outside of why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B. So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me and slapping. So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave.
I
false-
didn't
Ma'am,
feel.
You must wait until I finish the
Sorry.
question.
Wait until counsel has finished the question.
Oh,
You
okay.
can answer it. If you don't understand it, ask for the
Because you didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd.
I'm
It
gonna
did
try
not
my
change what happened on December the 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important. When you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail on the relationship I had with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship, I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love with him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him.
Ma'am,
I didn't feel the
ma'am,
need to explain it to the
Adams,
police officer.
Miss Adams, I'm sorry, please answer the question so that counsel can then ask you the next question. All right?
Under oath, on December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me.
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
You
to
will
what
be
you
paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Miss Adams, you're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right? It is to be responsive to the question presented.
Okay.
Next question, counsel.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Steph wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over money.
No question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Steph sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Steph sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
What Steph wrote to you is, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well." Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, "You will be paying me out the season and the money you owe me."
No.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, "I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this," as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault, any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So
I took a lower pay because Stefon agreed
Honor, may I have the
that
witness instruction?
I will have chance to work on my business by
Adams,
working with
Miss
him.
Adams, there's no question in front of you right now. And again, please answer the questions put to you. It is not an opportunity for you just to vent with your story.
You told other falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, redness, and soreness on my throat.
You told him you had bruising on your neck, right?
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, if you pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, because that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
It happened, it faded. The fading went away the night.
Right. And did you take any pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was to get it together.
I thought you just testified under oath that you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolis, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath.
You're on the wrong
ma'am?
timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted Anna. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in my room.
Okay. So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room?
Yes.
It's an iPhone.
Yes.
And it's got a camera on it.
Yes.
You can take videos with it.
Yes.
And you do take videos with it.
Yes.
You take pictures with it.
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it.
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
Do you post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
I see. But you certainly had a phone in your room when you claim you were violently assaulted and injured, right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
Say yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd?
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right?
Yes.
He's an elite athlete.
I don't know. He's an athlete.
You don't know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him that.
And you testified he slapped you across your face?
Yes.
And you had no marks from it?
I was red. It was red. I'm lighter complexion.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Oh, hang on. There's an objection.
Oh, I'm
Let me go on
sorry.
the objection. That is overruled. You may answer the question.
Thank you, Anna.
I have redness, Mark. Like, I'm light skinned. I turn red when
You also get bruises, don't you?
if I hit something hard. Yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay. I'm not
Do they?
sure. I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red. It was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. I didn't. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injuries that you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore. It was redness.
Well, you filled out.
Faded away in literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think. Sometime last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last Thursday, you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyers represented me in my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyers represented me for.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my workers. I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form. You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that, or I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose which
I checked the
answers
marks.
to give,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right. This whole area here was sore. Across my chest, up here.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Steph supposedly put his forearm around your neck,
Steph did put his forearm around my neck.
not his hand.
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I told him he used this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the report.
Your Honor, may I approach? That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yes.
And if you look right in under the heading method and or manner of strangulation suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page, you see that?
Yes.
Question number 2, how was the victim strangled? Check all that apply. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told him you were strangled with his right hand, true?
With forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little. Everything went across my neck.
So
So that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was the smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
You also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was
So
a
it
yes
was
or no question.
hard.
Ma'am? You gave it a yes. You remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. You see that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10.
Yes.
You said Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him for 4.5 years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know, he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. And I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if I'm not sure what he does.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
The question was, how many of Stefon Diggs's games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't really watch it, honestly. I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me, that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck.
It was 10 for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's a united, I don't know how to say it, a global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
Sustained. That objection is sustained.
You will agree that if Stefon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, you would have bruises on your neck.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you went to New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd, true?
True.
And you stayed there until December 9th.
Yes.
You had your phone with you all week.
Yes.
You took messages, you sent text messages.
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You
I
testified.
asked for my money. I didn't talk about my money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll get to that money too. And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos.
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
Sure. And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures.
No.
And December 4th.
It's a very
you didn't.
complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
And you didn't take any videos.
No.
And you didn't go to the ER.
No.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
He already
medical
hadn't
center.
paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The answer will be stricken, not responsive. Yours will be disregarded, not considering your.
You didn't seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Your Honor.
Counsel Cypher.
Now she'll be mad if the judge be like, I'm throwing this out because you're doing too much. Now I gotta keep striking all these answers that I keep telling you not to be saying, but she want to keep getting her. She wants to get her stuff off. Yeah, I know stuff. Oh man, you better stop digging these women. Slanging that. Ooh wee. And how you sitting right over there. I'll be learning from this. You better get you a good old wholesome woman and sit your butt down.
Counsel, next question.
I like that they got a lady cross-examining her.
When you were with Shy and Tali for that week in New York City, you didn't say anything to them about
I
being
don't
sore.
know Tally. I just met Tally on the night of December the 2nd.
Okay.
Shy Charles has her own personal relationship with
Ma'am?
Stefon.
I need to be able to ask you questions.
Okay, I
and
thought I was still answering the first question that you said. You didn't let me finish.
Ms. Adams, we're going to take it down, question at a time, or maybe give them an opportunity for a narrative. And so let her ask her question, all right, and then answer the question. And if there is, if you're feeling that you're not being allowed to finish, you let me know. But
Okay.
just take it a question at a time, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. You didn't tell them anything about being assaulted.
These are not people I trust to tell anything of that nature to.
They're just people that you trust to spend a week with. in
These
New
are
York.
people that I met through Stefon Diggs. I had no choice but to stay with them. I had no money.
I thought you just testified you had a ticket to Atlanta.
That Sonny brought.
And then you changed on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And then you changed your ticket to Atlanta to go to New York
Yes.
with Shy and Sonny.
I
I'm
didn't-
sorry, with Shy and Tali, right?
Yes.
So you did have someplace else to
I
go.
changed the ticket because I didn't have money for Ubers to get home in Atlanta. Shy was going to pick me up from the airport.
Okay.
I didn't have a place to stay in Atlanta. I given up my place to stay with Stefon Diggs. So I didn't have money for a hotel or Airbnb to go home to Atlanta.
All right, Ms. Adams, hold up for the next question.
Thank you, Anna. You've traveled with Shy before, right?
Yes.
You went with her to Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes.
You're actually friends with her, aren't you?
Associates,
Right.
co-workers.
Well, you've traveled to another country with Shy.
It's levels to friends. It was a coworker. I just met Shy in August.
Did Steph go on that trip to Trinidad and Tobago?
No.
Okay. And that was in the fall of 2025.
Yes.
And then you went on another trip in the fall of 2025 to see Shy, right?
No, I didn't go on another trip. I was told to leave the house. So I went to stay with Shy because I didn't have anywhere to stay.
Okay. And Shy picked you up in her car, you said?
Yes.
And can you describe what the inside of her car looks like?
It's a white car. I think it's burgundy or something like that.
So the outside is white?
Yes.
And then the inside is burgundy.
If most as I remember, I don't quite can't say exact.
Okay. And Shai has a dash cam right in her car, doesn't she?
Not that I'm aware of.
You didn't see a dash cam in her car?
No, I saw like where you see the speedometer and stuff like that.
No, not down on the panel where people look when they're driving. Up on the top of her car, there's a bar on the top of her car with a dash cam on it, right?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see that.
No,
Did Shai ever tell you that she had a dash cam in her car?
no,
Okay. Did you know that you were being recorded on that dash cam on December 2nd?
no,
Did you know you were being recorded on December 3rd?
no.
You know now you were recorded, correct?
Yes,
And you've seen the videos that came from Shai's dash cam in her car, true?
no,
Oh, you haven't seen them yet?
no.
Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 5. I understand it's already in evidence.
Oh, wait, please make sure we see this.
Sorry, maybe we've seen it sidebar.
No, y'all can't be seeing this coming in, baby. This is direct evidence showing that she ain't had no marks on her. She was going to the car with Cheyenne. Like she was ready to party. She wasn't hurt. She wasn't limping. She wasn't doing nothing. Nah, nope. We are not.
Go ahead, counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Adams, I'm going to show to you what's been admitted in this case as
Okay.
Exhibit 5.
I can't see.
Hang on, they're just putting it up. Just wait one second. All right.
And I believe you testified that you first became aware that there were videos of you last week.
Yes.
Okay, so we could just stop right there, Mr. Cadaval. I don't know, Ms. Adams, were you able to see that person in that video?
A little bit.
If not, we can play the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay. You can play the whole thing.
Do we want to also move that a little closer? Or?
I think it's logistics. So while this is playing, Ms. Adams, do you recognize that person on the video as you?
Yes.
And you're sitting in the front seat of Shai's car?
Yes.
And this is you when you were just after you were picked up from LaGuardia Airport on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there someone else in the car to your memory?
No, not when she picked me up.
I'm sorry?
No, not when she picked me up.
Okay. Did Tali Moses also get picked up from LaGuardia just after you?
No, she got picked up from a boyfriend's house in Queens.
Okay. But she was eventually in that car with you? Yes. So Shai was driving the car, is that right?
Yes.
And then you're in the front passenger seat as we see you?
Yes.
And then did Tali sit in the back behind you?
Behind Shai.
I'm sorry?
Behind
Shai?
Shai.
Okay. And this was all on December 2nd?
Yes.
And this is the day you say you were violently assaulted?
Yes, that doesn't justify or prove that I wasn't assaulted because I learned how to say face.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we also show the next video? I believe it's also in Exhibit 5.
And Your Honor, just for clarification, there's Exhibit 5, I think is just a number of videos in one exhibit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Berkshire. And do you recognize the person in this video?
Yes.
And that's you in Shai's car again?
Yes.
And this is the next day, right? It's December 3rd. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Well, you might not be able to see. I'll give you, Mr. Kettlewell, is this marked as Exhibit 5 also, the stills?
No, the stills are 6 and 7.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7.
Okay.
You recognize that person as you?
Yes.
And that's you in Shai's car,
Yes.
right? When you visited her in New York City?
Yes.
And you say you don't remember if that's, what date that is? Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I approach one more time? If I could direct your
I didn't
attention.
say I didn't remember. I didn't remember what date it was.
Oh,
I can't tell the day that it is. I don't remember. I was in her car. I stayed for her the week.
Okay.
You're telling me it's December the 3rd.
if I can direct your attention to this line right here. Okay. See how it says 2025 1203? Do you know what that means?
No.
Okay. But this is you on your New York trip
Yes.
with Shai in her car.
My New York stay was Shy.
Okay. All right.
This has not been preliminarily marked. Or is it offering it?
I believe that was intended to be in the thumb drive. It's in the thumb drive separately, so.
The stills, though, I think Mr. Quick is referencing, have not been marked as 6 or 7 as the court's record. So if you want them admitted, but they are not.
I have no objection to those stills being marked as 6 and 7.
Thank you.
This would be Exhibit 7. That is that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clerk. And this is,
Is there a copy for the court?
yes, sir. This is Exhibit 6. And then you also had some videos taken of you by Tolly while you were in New York, right?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Do you remember? Well, first, you, Shai, and Tolly all stayed in Brooklyn in New York from December 2nd to December 9th, right?
Yes.
And you all stayed in the same bedroom,
Yes.
slept in the same bedroom,
Yes.
and we're together a lot of the time that week. True?
Mostly yes.
Okay. And there was one night where you and Tolly were kind of goofing around with the video and taking videos. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, can we play Exhibit 8?
Jurors,
Yes, thank you. It's on the desk.
Jurors, enter and all rise. May be seated.
All right, jurors, good afternoon again. As I told you, the evidence in this case is closed, and you're about to hear the closing statements of the attorneys. And what I want to say to you about that is that this is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It's an opportunity for the attorneys to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been presented through the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits, which you will have an opportunity to examine and consider during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or disfavor either side. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. The attorneys are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testifies in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make. If a lawyer makes such a comment, you should disregard that comment. Attorneys are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passions or prejudices. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engage in your deliberations, you must put those feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. And if a lawyer makes such a comment, you must disregard that comment.
Better proceed. Bless you. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you in my opening statement, there was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other day. You didn't see any injuries. You didn't see any photographs. You learned there were no medical records, no statements, no nothing between December 2nd and December 16th. You have not been provided with a single shred of credible evidence to determine that any assault actually occurred in the house on that day. The Commonwealth's case is nothing more than the words of Miss Adams. In my opening statement, I told you one tool to use as you go through this process is to consider how to find the truth. That the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that answer is the truth. And so what I want to do is take you through some of the undisputed facts in this case. December 2nd, Ms. Adams spent the afternoon talking on the phone. She got a ticket to Atlanta. She cooked Stefon Diggs dinner. We learned this morning that it was a hot dog. She went into Mr. Diggs's bedroom to provide him birthday presents and to deliver those birthday presents. Timeline-wise, all of this, every single fact that I just mentioned, all of those would have occurred after what Miss Adams says was a violent assault that occurred sometime that afternoon. That night, Miss Adams left the house at 7:15 and she flew to New York City. You heard that she told the police that she stayed with friends. You heard her describe whose friends they were. But you also heard her say that she had a ticket to Atlanta, purchased before she ever changed it to go to New York City. You saw videos of Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You heard from the woman who picked her up from the airport, who also saw Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You saw video and heard from Tali Moses, who spent the entire week with Miss Adams in New York. And you got to see how she looked. You got to see her face, you got to see her neck, you got to see the way she moved during the course of that week. One thing I'll say about that, Miss Adams, she might define bruising, however, is expedient or convenient for her, but we all know what bruising looks like. You saw the videos and you heard from the witnesses. On December 5th, Miss Adams texted Stefon Diggs, "Hi, can you please approve my pay with finance, please and thank you." That would have been 2.5 days after he violently strangled her in her bedroom. December 6th, you saw the video of her dancing. That's 3.5 days after this assault allegedly occurred. You heard that throughout the course of that week, from December 2nd to December 9th, Miss Adams didn't mention a single thing about any assault to anyone. The one thing you heard her mention was on the afternoon of December 2nd, she told Shy she wasn't going to Miami. You heard that on December 9th, she went back to the house. And I told you the details were going to be important about her going back to the house in my opening statement. She got back to the house at 11:30 p.m. alone and walked into the house. But what did she do? She didn't just go to Stefon Diggs's bedroom door and knock on it. She tried to punch in the code, and it didn't work. And those are her words. That's what she told you. None of that is consistent with a violent assault having occurred the last time they interacted with one another. Not one piece of that. And those are undisputed facts. On December 11th, Miss Adams texted Mr. Diggs her apology. She said she was sorry she was being emo, and she didn't want him to feel that way. She didn't want him to think she was trying to quit her job. And she told you she was trying to keep her job. She was trying to get back. She also told the police 4 days later, 5 days later, that she had quit her job on December 2nd. We know that that was a lie. Not just from the fact that she actually told you that that was a lie, but from the actual evidence that you have in this case that is undisputed. That evidence goes on. She told Mr. Diggs's girlfriend that she didn't say any of that to the police, meaning what she told the police, that she didn't accuse Mr. Diggs of assault. And that wasn't true. She also, a month later, told the world that she had never demanded money. And that also wasn't true. Now, more undisputed facts. Miss Adams was paid for November. At first, she didn't admit that. She ended up saying they worked it out. She got paid for 2-3 weeks. And we actually got an answer today on why she wasn't paid for a full month. Because she was in Tobago with Shy Charles. You heard from Melissa Goddard. Miss Adams was paid up. The non-disclosure agreement. Ms. Goddard talked to you about that. And you heard about that from Miss Adams. I want you to look at the text message in Exhibit 4. It's on page 195. We talked about it a little bit yesterday afternoon. But this is another undisputed fact, and it's very important. Because despite what Miss Adams told the police on December 16th, and told you at times yesterday, on December 13th, 2025, Miss Adams says what she thinks the NDA is about. And she says, you sitting here playing in my face, 700 comments. If I told someone why it's not in the blog, you believe it, meaning Mr. Diggs, and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Miss Adams wants you to believe she wouldn't tell Shy Charles because Shy Charles knew Mr. Diggs. That requires you to completely ignore the fact that she chose freely and willingly to go to New York to stay with Shy Charles. December 13th, she told Mr. Diggs, she told Stefon Diggs what she thought the NDA was all about. And it was about the blog issue. You think it might make a little sense if the NDA was about any kind of a physical assault, a strangulation? That she might say to him anything. Hey, you know what this NDA is really about. Or maybe just, the NDA, because you assaulted me? Not a word. She describes why that's there. And those are her words from December 13th. And that is undisputed. Now let's talk about the police for a few moments. Because Miss Adams went to the police, as you heard, on December 16th. And there's other undisputed facts in this report. She lied to the police. She did not leave her job. Miss Adams told you something yesterday where she said, well, left my position was like in the house, but that wasn't my job. And you heard what Officer Ellis said this morning. I said, you mean her position, as in her job? And he said, of course. She told Officer Ellis that she just went back to get her stuff. And you know that isn't true. And at times, she seemed to admit that that wasn't true. And you know from her own words at the time to both Mr. Diggs and to Sonny that that wasn't true. The text message that you've heard about the deletion. There's two things that I want you to pay close attention to and that I want to talk to you about in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, the text message that she sent purporting to be a screenshot of the argument that led to a violent assault that ended with Mr. Diggs choking her. That's what she told Officer Ellis. And you heard that from him this morning. You also heard from her that she deleted messages. And I think what she said was something like, I didn't want to look bad or something along those lines. And if you look at what was actually deleted, the words she said, she was saying bet and pussy were what she deleted, that's what she did. She did delete those messages, right? Those are not in the text messages that she provided to Dedham police. But more importantly, what she actually deleted that wasn't about making her look bad or not, it was right after the words, "I'm out of your life." And it said, "and ruining that bitch life." And then you can actually go to Exhibit 2 and look, there's a fairy emoji she sent. And why that's important is because, as you heard from Officer Ellis this morning, it'd be important to know if somebody deleted messages. It'd be important to see the full picture. And that message right there, and ruining that bitch life, apologies for the language, with the fairy emoji, you think that might have prompted the question, hey, who's that bitch? She answered the question for you yesterday. It was Lindsay. The argument wasn't about money. You have it in evidence. And Miss Adams later admitted that. These lies to the police, the fact that they're undisputed, why? Look at all of those facts. They're undisputed in the record. They are all there. If you remove from those facts one thing, that an assault occurred, they all make sense. If you plug in that she was assaulted that afternoon before all of this happened, before everything I just read to you, none of it makes sense. Why would a person who is just strangled go down to the kitchen, chat on the phone, and not have a single mark on their face or look even remotely bothered? Why would that same person cook dinner for the man who just did it? Why would that same person knock on his bedroom door and deliver 2 birthday presents? Why would she act the way she did for the next week? And then why lie about it repeatedly to the police? And what ended up happening next, just chronologically, gives away the game on that. Because what you heard is that only a couple weeks later, her mediator made a demand for money. And if you plug that fact in, now it all makes perfect sense. We have provided evidence to you. We have presented evidence. We have called witnesses. As I said, we're doing so in order to give you the fullest picture of December 2nd and of what happened or did not happen. And think about that for one moment. How do you prove a negative? It's basically impossible, right? Pick a day 2 months ago, account for every action that you did on that day, every moment of your day. Great, now prove it. Can't be done. And this trap, the framers of our system, they were aware of it. And that's why it works the way that it does. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove their case. And their case, as you have seen, is the internally inconsistent testimony of one witness. And that is their entire case. And that is not enough to meet their burden. The burden that you are going to hear is reasonable doubt. And the judge is going to tell you that that's to a moral certainty. How much would you bet on the words of Jamila Adams? Did you bet your own life? Someone else's? You have all of the tools in what I just laid out for you to make a credibility assessment. But it is not only that, because the other thing the judge is going to tell you is you can actually take into account the way the witness answered questions, behaved, their demeanor, how they looked. Did they sound consistent? Did the things they say actually at least stay true internally in their own story? And one example I'll give you on that is this morning, when Ms. Adams was asked about another monetary demand. She didn't answer the question. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She gave you multiple excuses. She tried to say attorney-client privilege, and when there was no response to that, she said, I can't answer that correctly. Take the way she answered questions into account, but line it up against the facts that you know that you have, because that's how you got to make a decision, on facts, on evidence. In terms of the evidence that the Commonwealth has actually presented to you, what they have presented to you are the claims of one person. Their second witness undermined their first. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason they had absolutely nothing to corroborate this allegation, which one thing I will say about the assault and battery, she described Mr. Diggs slapping her on the right side of her face with his right hand. And she actually demonstrated it for you. But the problem is that's a physical impossibility. And the reason I would suggest to you that that demonstration didn't go quite well is because sometimes people miss their mark. Sometimes actors forget the script. What you do not have before you is anything that you can base a firm decision on, unless that decision is that the Commonwealth has not proved its case. The Commonwealth has an opportunity to speak to you after I do. And you heard the Commonwealth question some witnesses about working for Mr. Diggs. There's a number of people who were called as witnesses. We tried to be as quick as possible. It's not terribly exciting to hear a witness talk about how they heard and saw nothing. But for a moment, stop and think and ask yourself, if you were accused of having something happen at your house on some random day 3 weeks ago, who would be there with you? The people closest to you. It'd be your family, the people who are in your house all the time. And for Mr. Diggs, we talked about that. That's staff. That's Miss Salas. That's all the people that you heard from. One thing that I want to talk about is a reason for bias. Because when Mr. Virtue asked, I think the first witness she was Miss Salas. Mr. Diggs paid her salary, isn't that right? The one witness who has the most significant financial interest in this is Jamila Adams. You heard her talk a lot about money yesterday, and that was the Commonwealth's only witness to even touch on what they claim this assault was. That's their evidence. They cannot, and they have not, proved this case because no assault occurred on December 2nd, or as I said, any other day. And it's your obligation to hold them to that burden and to decide the case on the evidence that you have in front of you. And that evidence provides one answer alone. And I would suggest to you that is that Miss Adams made this accusation as a means of trying to leverage and humiliate and to punish Stefon Diggs. And you heard that he has been living with this case and these accusations since December of 2025. And it is time to end. The evidence that you have heard that has been put before you is not enough for the Commonwealth to sustain their burden. It is your obligation to return a true and a just verdict. And the evidence that you have heard requires that you go back into that room and that you lift this burden off Mr. Diggs' shoulders and that you tell him and the world that Stefon Diggs is not guilty of this incident that never occurred. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Feels like it's been a little while since last time I talked to you guys directly. So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said, no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. You heard from her about what happened in that room on December 2nd. She said he entered the room, slapped her, put her in a headlock, said some things to her. I suggest if you remember how she was testifying, I think the way she was testifying to that lends some to her credibility. She was taking her time. She was looking. She was trying to remember things. As the defense counsel predicted, one of the things I'm going to say is that Miss Adams was the only witness you heard from about what happened in that room. You have defense's witnesses who said what happened afterwards, but if you remember Miss Adams' testimony, she said that was after she had an opportunity to kind of put herself together. She said she cried, she changed her clothing, she kind of started packing. The question you may be having is, why would she act that way? Why was she going out and smiling? Well, I'd suggest to you that all the people she was around are people that have known Mr. Diggs much longer than they've known her. I suggest you even consider the relationship she had with Mr. Diggs. He was sometimes lover, a boss, landlord. He was a athlete, a celebrity, financially powerful, surrounded by people that were all on his payroll that liked him. That when you put that all in consideration, her behavior does make sense in that it was her way of continuing on past that. And she told you that they had a complicated relationship. She said they argued all the time. So that might also make sense as to why she texted them afterwards saying, you know, trying to make amends or trying to figure things out, why she gave the birthday present afterwards. In this case, you heard four kind of things, right? You heard things that weren't evidence. The openings, these closings, questions, things that were stricken, those are things that aren't evidence. They can kind of give you some context, but those aren't the evidence in and of themselves. You heard the actual evidence. That was the testimony from the witnesses, the videos, photos, and you'll be able to see also all those text messages. The third thing you're going to hear, so things that aren't evidence, things that are evidence, and the law. The judge gave you some preliminary law at the start of the case. She's going to now, once the closings are done, instruct you on the full law. I ask that you give her the same attention that you've given to all the evidence, and you've given the same attention to both attorneys during their closing. You give the judge that attention when she reads the law. And there's a fourth thing that you're going to need to pay attention and listen to and consider, and that's each other. When you guys are done here, once I finish, once the judge reads the law to you guys, it'll be your job to go into that room and deliberate on this case. When you go in that room, it's up to you guys how you want to run it. There's no manual, there's no guide, there's no schedule of how you guys are going to come to your decision and reach your verdict. And no one is going to make sure you're doing it one way. What I would suggest you guys do, and you guys can do whatever you want, this is just my suggestion to you. What I suggest you guys do is you don't go in there and just say, all right, let's take a poll right off the bat. I suggest you guys take the time, go over all the evidence, go over each witness, talk about each witness, try and do it both ways, back and forth, for every witness, not just the Commonwealth's defense as well. Go over every bit of evidence. Really take the time that this case deserves. And also listen to each other. I'd suggest as much as you can, make sure if there's someone that's that's not saying anything, make sure you get to hear from them as well. As I said at the start of this case, that every bit of evidence is important, and that's true. I'd hope that if you guys fairly treat every bit of evidence the attention it deserves, give the analysis, the scrutiny for all the witnesses, all the evidence, and talk amongst yourselves, that you guys will come to the correct verdict. And I would suggest that that verdict is the verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you very much. Very briefly. Sure.
All right, jurors, you are about to begin your final duty, which is to decide the fact issues in this case. Before you do that, I will instruct you on the law. It was obvious to me throughout this trial that you faithfully discharged your duty to listen carefully to all the evidence and observe each of the witnesses. I now ask you to give me that same close attention as I instruct you on the law. My function as the judge in this case has been to see that this trial was conducted fairly, orderly, and efficiently. It was also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law which applies in this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. It was the duty of the attorneys in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our rules of evidence. They also had an obligation to ask to speak to me, with me at the judge's bench at sidebar about questions of law which the law requires me to rule on out of your hearing. The purpose of such objections and rulings is not to keep relevant information from you, just the opposite. It's to make sure that what you hear is relevant to this case and that the evidence is presented in a way that gives you a fair opportunity to evaluate its worth. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such rulings. That is the function and the responsibility of the attorneys here. Now, your function as the jury is to determine the facts of this case. You alone determine what evidence you believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions to draw from that evidence. In making these determinations, you are to use your common sense, life experience, and good judgment. You are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case. In evaluating the evidence and determining the facts, keep in mind that we all tend to perceive information and form opinions based on our own personal experience and background. This tendency may cause us to hold bias, of which we may or may not be conscious. And as I previously instructed you, you must not allow bias, whether held consciously or subconsciously, to interfere with your ability to fairly evaluate the evidence, apply the law as I instruct you, or render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence before you. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recall it, any documents or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits may also be considered. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses. It's the weight of the evidence that is important. Some things that occurred during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. The complaint itself is not evidence. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. Also, you may not consider any answer that I struck from the record and told you to disregard. Do not consider such answers. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session is not evidence. The opening statements and the closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are only intended to assist you in understanding the evidence and the contentions of the parties. If your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's, you are to follow your own recollection. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as any indication of my opinion as to what your verdicts should be. In evaluating a witness's testimony, you have to decide what testimony to believe and how much weight to give that testimony. You should give the testimony of a witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of a witness. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it or none of it. If there are any conflicts, discrepancies, or inconsistencies in the testimony, you should examine them carefully. You may consider whether a witness was candid or guarded, responsive or evasive, and whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity a witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies and whether the testimony seems accurate. You may also consider evidence, if any, about a witness's motive for testifying, whether a witness displays any bias in testifying, and whether or not a witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. In deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense, life experience, and good judgment. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. Once you have determined the facts, apply the law as I explain it to you to the facts in order to decide the verdicts. Now, there are two types of evidence which you may use to determine the facts of the case: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. You have direct evidence where a witness testifies directly about the fact that is to be proved based on what he claims to have seen or heard or felt with their own senses. And the only question is whether you believe the witness. You have circumstantial evidence where the witness cannot testify directly about the fact that is to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts, and you are then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact which is to be proved. Let me give you an example. Your daughter might tell you one morning she sees the mail carrier mailbox. That's direct evidence that the mail carrier has been to your mailbox. On the other hand, she might tell you only that she sees mail in the mailbox. That's circumstantial evidence that the mail carrier has been there. No one's seen the mail carrier, but you can reasonably infer that the mail carrier has been there since there is mail in the box. The law allows either type of proof in a criminal trial. There are two things to keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you. The second rule is that any inference or conclusion which you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and experience of life. If the Commonwealth's case is based solely on circumstantial evidence, you may find the defendant guilty only if those circumstances are conclusive enough to leave you with a moral certainty, a clear and settled belief that the defendant is guilty, and that there is no other reasonable explanation of the facts as proven. The evidence must not only be consistent with the defendant's guilt, it must be inconsistent with his innocence. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case. Now, when you consider whether to believe a witness or how much weight to give their testimony, you may consider whether that witness said or wrote something earlier that differs in any significant way from their present testimony in the courtroom. It is for you to say whether there is a difference and how significant any difference is. Please note that you may not use the witness's earlier statement as proof that something said in it is true. So, for example, if a witness testified here that she found a donut but had earlier written that they found a bagel, that earlier statement would not prove they found a bagel, but it might raise doubt as to whether they were accurate or truthful when they testified that they had found a donut. So the earlier statement is brought to your attention for the sole purpose of discrediting or casting doubt on the accuracy of the witness's present testimony here at the trial. It's for you to decide whether it does so. Normally, you may not consider any statement that a witness made in the past which is similar to that witness's testimony at trial. The rule rests in part on our common experience that saying something repeatedly doesn't necessarily make it any more or less true. But we make an exception to that rule where there has been a suggestion that a witness may have recently contrived their testimony. In determining how reliable a witness is who has been accused of recently inventing their testimony, you may consider any earlier statements that the witness made which are consistent with their present testimony. It's for you to say how important the consistency is depending on depending on when any earlier statement was made and any other circumstances that you consider significant. The earlier statement is not itself evidence of any fact that is mentioned in it. To repeat, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony at trial, when you evaluate that claim, you may also take into account any earlier statement the witness made, which is consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility, and you may not take it as proof of any fact contained in it. At this trial, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof, in this case, is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that he is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether he is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because he did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. As I have told you, the complaint against the defendant is only an accusation. It is not evidence. The defendant has denied that he is guilty of the crimes charged in the complaint. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against him. The presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence since he is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless his guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. Now, as I've said, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Jamila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with strangulation. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Counsel, I'll see you at sidebar. All right, jurors, when we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, we never know whether some personal emergency will arise during the course of the trial, which will require one of our jurors to be excused from further jury duty. So in order to avoid having to start the trial over again, should that occur, we impanel 7 jurors, even though the case will only be decided by 6 of them. So the time has now come to reduce your number to that 6. And I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to draw one of your cards at random, and that juror will be designated as our alternate juror and will not take part in the deliberations unless necessary to provide a substitute for one of the other jurors. So if fate makes you the alternate juror, please don't take it personally. Your service up until this point, your willingness to serve is appreciated by all of the parties, and we will make sure that you are kept as comfortable as possible in an area isolated from the deliberating jurors.
That would be juror number 1 and seat number 1.
All right. Stay right there. You will serve as our alternate, but as I say, we'll make sure you're kept comfortably in a different location. If you would be good enough, Mr. Clerk, to draw another card at random, this particular juror will be the foreperson of this juror.
That is juror number 25 in seat 4.
All right, so you will be the foreperson of our jury. All right. What that means, oh, Mr. Clerk, thank you, is you gave it to me right here. The juror has who is designated as the foreperson has the responsibility of recording the jury's verdict on the verdict slip. Once that has been recorded, you sign it, date it, and inform the court officer that the jury has reached a verdict, and you will be brought back into court. Now, if during your deliberations the jury has any question, the foreperson should write out the question on a piece of paper, sign it, date it, fold it up, let the court officer know. They will bring the question to me, and we'll proceed accordingly at that time. Now, you're not to make any use of cell phones or any other kind of personal wireless device during your deliberations. Incoming, outgoing calls, or any other kind of electronic communications can disrupt the deliberative process or even allow for the receipt of improper extraneous information. So you're not to conduct any outside research or investigation by means of the internet or otherwise about the law or facts of this case. If during your deliberations there is a request to view any of the evidence that is not physically with you, for instance, there are flash drives that contain certain of the videos that were displayed here in the courtroom. If the jury should like to see any of that, if that is just requested in any note form, we will bring you back in here and make sure that that is displayed for you as many times as you might like. All right, so just let the court know by mentioning that in a note. At this point, I am going to ask Mr. Clerk to swear the court officers in, and they will escort you to your deliberations.
Do you swear that you will keep this jury in some convenient place until they are agreed, that you will not suffer any person to speak to them, nor will you speak to them yourself, except by order of the court or to ask if they are agreed, and that you will not permit them to depart until they've agreed upon a verdict, except by order of the court, so help you God?
I do.
Here's the verdict slip. And can I have that sheet of paper? Thank you.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way.
Maybe seated.
Counsel, I'll see you over here. Yeah, just housekeeping. So here we have the list.
Kill the feed. Is the feed out?
And Ms. Adams, did you recognize the person on that video?
Yes,
Who is that?
me.
And that's in Shai's bedroom, right?
Yes.
Where you and Tali and Shai spent the entire week, right?
Majority, Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
I'm sorry?
Tally would sleep on the couch some days.
Okay. But in that video, that was Tali was videoing you, right?
I don't recall that
You don't
time.
remember that?
Yeah, but I was there.
Okay. Mr. Kettlewell, and Your Honor, I would move in Exhibit 9, which is another video from that same time, December 6th, 2025.
That's still, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ms. Adams, that was you on that video, correct?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, I would move in stills as Exhibit 9 and 10. Those are stills from Exhibit 8.
Your Honor, no objection.
Thank you. And Ms. Adams, I'd just ask you to look at those and tell me if that's a fair and accurate representation of you from the week you spent in New York.
That day, yes.
On December 6th, 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Thank you.
Just for the record, counsel, what is the exhibit number that the
I am offering to the jury Exhibits 9 and 10, which are 2 stills taken from the second video of Exhibit 8.
No objection, Your Honor.
Are there any more video clips, counsel, you'll be using, or can we put the lights back up?
I think we can put the lights back on, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, Steph and his group got back from Miami to his Dedham home on December 7th, correct?
I'm not sure the day he got back. I got back on the night.
I'm sorry?
Tuesday. Well, it was late in the night. Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. The 9th, I got back.
Well, you know he got back to the Dedham house before you did.
I didn't know that. When I got there, I realized that he was there. I was in no communication with him on what day he was coming back.
But you were in communication with him.
To ask for my pay, yes.
Can you turn to tab C, which has been marked as Exhibit 3, please?
Mm-hmm.
And you testified about a text exchange you had with him at around 12:30 on December 2nd, where you called him a pussy, right?
Yes.
And then he said, show me I'm pussy, and you said, will do.
Yes.
Right? And then if you turn the page, if you look to the next message from you, so in Exhibit 3, there are bubbles, right? There's blue bubbles you see and green bubbles.
Yes.
And do you understand the green bubble to be Steph Diggs messages?
Yes.
And the blue bubbles to be your messages?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look on the page, I hope you're on the right page. It ends in that number on the bottom right corner at 118. Do you see that number? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
117. It's the page we just looked at.
Okay.
We're looking at 118, your first message. And do you see down here these numbers here?
Yes.
So this message was sent on December 5th, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you sent it.
Yes.
So now this is 3 days after the violent assault that you talked about.
Yes.
And what did you say in that message?
Hi, can you approve my pay with finance, please? I have to pay my insurances this month. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Okay. And then if you could look at the next message. Actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's hold that for a second. So you were texting with Steph Diggs and the week you were in December. I'm sorry, in the week in December, you were in New York, right?
I text Stefon one time.
Okay. But your testimony is you don't know when he was coming back to the Dedham house.
I didn't know the exact date.
You didn't, but you knew he was coming back.
Yes.
Because that would be important to know, right?
I've worked in this industry. I went off of a previous client schedule. They normally will return on Tuesday. So
Well,
I was in guest mode.
But the last time you saw Steph Diggs was when he was assaulting you, you said.
That wasn't the last time I saw Steph Diggs. I said it here that I walked in his room after the assault before I was leaving to give him his birthday gift.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. You gave him a birthday gift after the assault happened.
We were friends for 4.5 years with a very complicated relationship.
Okay. So if I could ask you actually to turn to Exhibit 4, which is behind the tab D. And Your Honor, this is an evidence. And if you look at that number on the bottom right corner, turn to the page that ends in 173. And I'll ask you some questions before we get to that substance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified on December 9th, you went back to the Dedham house, right?
Yes.
And you got yourself an airplane back to Boston, right?
Sonny got me an airplane back to Boston.
Okay. And you landed at Logan Airport at night.
Yes.
Then you took an Uber to the Dedham house.
Yes.
You arrived around 11:30 p.m.
Yes.
You were alone.
Yes.
You came by yourself.
Yes.
Didn't bring anybody.
No.
Okay. And when you got in the house, you went and knocked on Steph's bedroom door.
I went to put my things away and I knocked on his door. Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I
you.
went to put my things away and knocked at his door.
Okay. And that was around midnight on changing over from December 9th to December 10th, right?
That's what it says here. I don't recall the time, but this is what the messages say.
Well, he didn't open his door, did he?
His code was different. He changed the codes when I came back.
Ah, right. Because in that house, the bedrooms all had key codes on each door,
That
didn't
he
they?
controlled. Yes.
Did the bedrooms all have key codes on that door?
Yes, that he controlled.
I'm sorry. This is a yes or no question. See if you can try it. Did all of the bedrooms in that house have different key codes on them?
Yes, that he controlled.
So you can't.
What do you mean?
You had a key code on your door, right?
Yes.
And if it was shut, it would be locked, right?
No. The door had issues. I would often text Sunny, could she check and make sure my door was locked?
I'm sorry, when did you text Sunny that to please check if your door was locked?
When I left the first week of November, when he made me leave to have female guests over.
Your Honor, move to strike.
That answer is not responsive will be stricken and the jurors will disregard it in their deliberation.
Okay. So on December 9th, round about midnight, when you got back to his house alone,
Yes.
you went and knocked on his door, right?
Yes.
And he didn't open it.
I didn't knock. I tried to get in the door.
Okay, you tried to walk into his door.
No, that's how I would go in his room. I would unlock his door.
Sure, just like always, right?
When he needs food and his door was closed, I would go in his room.
Right.
I never went in his room without permission.
You going in there on December 9th was no different than any other day, right?
No.
And when you weren't able to get in, you actually sent him a text message, right?
Yes.
And you you told him, well, can you read what you told him?
I was coming to ask you what time you have to be at work and to say hi.
Okay. And then you just went right back to work, right?
Yeah, I went to bed.
I'm sorry?
I went into my room and went to bed.
You went into your room and you went to sleep
Yes.
by yourself
Yes.
in the house
Yes.
with Steph Diggs there.
Yes.
And then the next morning you got up and you made him breakfast.
Yes.
Now you told Officer Ellis when you reported the assault that you left your position on December 2nd. Do you remember that?
I was saying I left the house. I didn't leave my position. I was really going back to get my things. I had no plan, with nowhere to go, so I needed to be nice to him.
Did you tell Officer Ellis after the alleged assault on 12/2/2025, Adams left her position and left the residence to stay with a friend in New York?
Left my position mean I left to get on a plane and go. I didn't tell him I quit. That didn't mean that I quit.
You didn't quit.
No.
Did you tell Officer Ellis that on 12/9/2025, you returned to the house just to get your property?
Yes, I was going to get my property.
But you were also going to work for a while first?
Basically, I was going to get my property. I was trying to get my money. I asked Mr. Diggs the next day about my money when I returned to the house.
And you kept on cooking and doing your job for a whole nother week, didn't you?
No, I stopped cooking. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't cook over the weekend because I said on the 11th, I asked Mr. Diggs in front of his mother and Shy Charles about my pay.
Okay.
That was another text
I'll ask
exchange.
a different question.
Okay.
On several days of that week, you simply kept doing your job, right?
And asking for my pay.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You kept doing your job.
Yes.
Officer Ellis was wrong when he wrote that you left your position on 12/2.
I left the house. So him putting position didn't mean that I left my job as a chef. I left the house on December the 2nd.
So you told Officer Ellis that you left your position, but you meant you left the house to go to New York.
Yes, I left for the day. It wasn't that I was saying I quit or saying it in a way that I quit my job. I didn't say that.
You've mentioned Mr. Diggs' assistant, Sunny, a couple of times, right?
Stealing Sunny, yes.
I'm sorry?
Stealing Sunny, that's what he calls her.
Your Honor, I move to strike, and I'd ask that the witness be instructed to please answer a question.
That answer will be struck and the jurors will disregard it. Ma'am, if you don't understand the question, please ask the counsel to restate it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sunny was a friend of yours, wasn't she?
No.
Ms. Adams, you texted Sunny all the time, didn't you?
Because that was my contact. Go to contact for payment, go to contact if I didn't have access to his card or I didn't have my money on my card to order food. And we would discuss things at work.
I'm going to show you a document. Take a look and see if you can recognize that as text messages between you and Sunny.
Mm-hmm.
Probably just, could I see what this is?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you can have it. Do you recognize that document as text messages between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach? This document doesn't have numbers on it, so I'm just going to direct you. Do you see where the messages start on Thursday, December 11th?
Yes.
At 7:44 a.m., you see that?
Yes.
And this is an exchange between you and Sunny, right?
Yes.
And you write to her, morning, did you change my door code, right?
Yes.
And that's what you were just talking about. Each door has its own door code in Steph Diggs' home, right?
Yes.
And you were having trouble getting into your door code on December 11th.
Yes.
And had you been having trouble getting into your door code since you got back on the evening of the 9th and 10th?
When I walked in on the 9th, it pushed right open.
Okay. All right. So it changed in somewhere around there.
When the morning, maybe when I walked out the door, that morning I made breakfast. If I'm not mistaken, that's the morning that
Yeah, ma'am, I'm just going to stop you because
Okay.
it's not responsive.
All right.
All right. So on December 11th at 7:44, you asked Sunny, did you change my door code? And she says, no, I don't know the code. Right?
She doesn't have access to change codes.
Okay. And she says, Rich? Question mark. Who's Rich?
Rich was like somebody that helped around the house.
He was like a maintenance guy.
I don't call him that.
Just someone to help around the house.
He did a lot of stuff for Mr. Diggs.
Okay.
He wasn't a
And he was
maintenance
at the house
person.
a lot, right?
If we needed anything, yes, we would call Rich.
Okay. And you say to Sunny, I asked, he hasn't answered yet. And then you say they changed it, right?
Yes.
Sunny asks, who changed it?
Your Honor, may we be seated sidebar?
Yes.
All doing okay? Does anyone need a break? All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
All right. So you say they changed it, right? And Sunny asks, who changed it? And what did you say to Sunny?
He said they. He said they. So
What else did you say to Sunny?
He said, hey, so Steph and the, excuse my language, white bitch.
I'm sorry?
What? I said, he said they, so Steph and the white bitch.
When you said he said they, the he in that sentence was Steph, right?
Yes. No. Yeah. Yes.
And the they, who was that?
Them two together.
So your testimony is, so the white bitch, is that Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So was that the kind of thing you said to your coworker?
Yes, because she called me a bitch first.
I see. So you were kind of friendly with Sunny.
Yes.
You shared stuff with her.
Sunny disliked her too.
Okay. She shared that.
They had their own thing before I came.
And then if I could ask you to turn to tab D in your binder, which is Exhibit 4. And I'm sorry to do this, but if you could look, the numbers at the bottom right, the number that begins, that ends 178. You there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so that text exchange with Sunny, that was at 7:44 a.m. on December 11th.
Yes.
All right. And if you look at these messages on page 178 of Exhibit 4, this blue message at the top is something that you sent on December 11th, 7:52 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you sent it to Steph.
Yes.
What did you say to Steph?
Did Lindsay change my door code? And why can't I get into my room?
Okay. And then you and Steph kind of have a back and forth about the codes and why can't you get in, right?
Yes.
All right.
I don't remember that. That's not listed here though.
Okay. And meanwhile, you're also having a text exchange with Sunny about Steph and the white bitch, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May we be heard?
Yes. All right, it's stated at sidebar that objection is sustained. Let's move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you and Steph have some back and forth that same morning, December 11th, right?
Yes.
In text message. And he explains to you, if you can turn the page to 2 pages in, to page 180. He explains to you, I didn't know if you were if he was going come back or not, so I had him changed. Right?
Stefon know why he had the door lock changed.
Is that what he wrote to you on
Yes.
December 11th in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond? It's right there on the same page in the blue bubble.
No, it's not.
Can you see it?
Lord. Oh, Lord.
And if you can turn the page, Steph wrote, shit you was saying, it was like it was over with. I was like, well. You understood he was talking about the text fight you had on December 2nd, right?
No.
Yeah. What did you respond to Steph?
I said no.
I'm sorry?
I said no. I didn't say yeah.
You didn't understand that he was talking about the last time that you saw each other on December 2nd, which is the day you got in the text fight about Lindsay and you not going to Miami?
Me and Stefon had arguments all the time. Like, not all the time, often, and it would just fly over. But it didn't turn into a fight like it did. I needed to come back to get my things.
Let's see what did you respond to Stefon on December 11th? And this is now 9 days after you were assaulted, supposedly.
I was assaulted. It wasn't supposedly.
What did you respond to Steph?
Was very emo. Sorry I made you feel that way. I don't want to leave. I want to stay to take care of you as long as I need you.
And you sent him a second message.
Really sorry, Steph.
You were angry with him on December 2nd. You already
I
testified to that.
needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
I'm sorry, you were texting?
I needed to be nice to Stefon in order to get my pay to leave.
Let's talk about your pay.
Yes.
You admit that you were apologizing to him about December 2nd and your behavior, don't you?
I was being nice to Stefon to get back in his good graces to get paid.
You were apologizing for your
Not
behavior.
by choice.
You were apologizing to Stefon Diggs by text on December 11th for your behavior on December 2nd.
Not by choice.
Is that a yes?
That's a not by choice.
It's a yes or no question, ma'am.
I don't know what that would be, a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
If the witness is saying she can't answer that yes or no, she can have the answer stand.
Okay. All right, so your claim, I guess, is that Steph owed you money.
It's not a guess. Stefon did back wages
You were
Wages
paid-
owed.
You were
It was
paid-
wages. I think you should use the correct language.
The correct language
It's
for your
wages.
civil lawsuit?
I don't have a civil lawsuit.
You were paid $2,000 per week to cook for him, right?
Yes.
And if you used your own money to buy groceries, you were reimbursed for that.
Yes.
And when you were hired to work as Steph's chef, you didn't have to fill out a job application, right?
I stated previously, me and Stefon had an interpersonal relationship that was professional.
So is that a no? I did not.
I don't
have
know how to
fill out-
answer that question. Yes or
Fill
no.
out a job application?
I don't know how to answer that question. Yes or no.
Ma'am, did you fill out a job application?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Next question.
You didn't have any employment contract or anything?
Yes, we did.
Did you sign a written employment contract?
We had a verbal text contract.
Okay. You didn't have to interview with anyone to get the job, right?
He knew my skills.
So on December 1st, this is the day before you say you were assaulted, you submitted an invoice to be paid, didn't you?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, so you weren't just automatically paid?
I was supposed to be. They sent maybe 2 automatic payments, and then the rest was I would have to go through Sunny.
Right. You'd have to confirm with Sunny you worked that week, right?
I would have to, not that I confirm, I lived there, so it wasn't never a confirmation.
She was there a lot too, right?
No,
Okay. So you did have to confirm with Sunny if you worked there or not.
not that I worked. I had to confirm with Sunny my reimbursements. I lived there.
And on December 1st, what you did was you took an invoice for money you claimed you were owed, right?
It's not a claim, it's money that I was owed.
You submitted an invoice on December 1st for payment, right?
I don't recall. I don't know the exact date.
Have you seen this document before?
Yes.
It's an email dated December 4, 2025 from Melissa
I
Goddard.
saw that in a text screenshot. That email that Melissa has of mine was not working at the time. This was a screenshot that Stefon sent me. I never received this email.
Okay. This is an email from Melissa Goddard.
I never received it to my email.
Did you see the text of this message before?
I seen a screenshot similar. I can't recall
You know
the
you
exact
have.
message.
Would you like me to give you a document to
Sure.
refresh you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I am, if you want to give the jury a break, it's just going to take me a couple of minutes.
Sure, why don't we just take a 5-minute stretch break?
Your Honor, I just don't want to waste time.
Mr. Bell. I'll have the jury back in at 4, please.
All rise, jurors can step down.
Did y'all see her mom in the last break when she was on the stand, throw that timeout signal? I think that's her mom. Like, time out. Wait a minute. I don't know. Did y'all catch that? Y'all have to put a 1 in the chat if y'all caught that. If not, I'll rewind it.
We were just looking at
Out of the
an email and you didn't remember, you said you hadn't received it in that form. If you can turn the page, did you see the invoice?
Yes.
And that was your invoice, right?
Yes.
And you said on that invoice dated December 1st, right?
Yes.
That you were owed payment of $2,000 for three weeks in November, right?
Yes.
And you were owed grocery reimbursement for $3,179.06, right?
Yes.
And that was what you submitted to get payment.
Yes.
And you said you didn't receive this email, but you remembered getting it by text message, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you have read and you remember seeing the substance of this email, true?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a response to your invoice, right?
I don't recall because Stefon was refusing to pay me for the week he sent me home.
Well, Melissa Goddard writes on December 4th. I appreciate you may not have received this on December 4th, but she writes, "Thank you for providing an invoice. I've attached a readable PDF." Hang on. Yeah. And it turned out, Ms. Adams, you had gotten paid for 2 of the 3 weeks that you said you hadn't gotten paid for, right?
This is missing a whole lot of stuff.
The yes or no question.
I can't answer your question correctly without the proper evidence.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize this document as text exchanges between you and Sunny?
Yes.
Dated December 9, 2025.
Yes.
And you're the person in the bubbles on the left?
Yes.
And you write to Sunny, "Hey, so I looked over my transfers, payment history, and they sent payments 11/7 and 11/21 totaling $4,000. See that?
Yes.
So you knew that you had actually been paid for 2 of those 3 weeks that you tried to get paid for again, right?
What's your name? I never got your name.
Did you know
I
that
don't
you
know.
had
I
been-
was trying to address you by your name because I'm sorry. I'm not this. I don't know. I can't answer that question correctly.
You knew on December 9th that you had been paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you said you hadn't been paid for, didn't you?
What? I don't understand the question.
You just acknowledged you wrote it to Sunny.
I was supposed to be paid for the week I was sent home. So
Okay.
I sent the incorrect amount because I didn't know he wasn't paying me for that week.
Right. So you sought $6,000 instead of $2,000.
That's my calculations was
Right. And so that last week, that was a week you didn't work, right?
because I was sent home.
Right. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking.
Mr. Diggs sent me home because he had girls at the
Ma'am,
house.
Whatever you're going to
I
add
should
is
be
not
paid.
responsive,
I'm
Your Honor.
Yes. Ms. Adams, you
I'm
you
sorry.
understand the question you're being asked?
I don't
Answer
understand.
Her question. Answer Attorney Silver's question, all right, if you can. If it's confusing to you, she will restate it. Counsel, would you restate your question?
Yes. So you weren't in the kitchen cooking that week, right?
No.
Okay. If you can turn back to tab D, the page that ends 171. This is Exhibit 4. It has been marked and admitted into evidence. Let me know when you get there.
I'm in D.
You there?
Mm-hmm.
So these are both, on this page, these are both blue bubbles. So this is your text messages, right?
Yes.
All right. And on December 9th, 2025 at 2:27, you text Steph Diggs, right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Steph Diggs
Hi,
on December 9th?
Hi.
Do you need help finding it?
What's the last?
171. I can help you find it if it's easier.
I said, can she call?
I'm sorry, the second text message.
Read the second text message
Yes, please.
without reading the
You
messages
can read
before.
the first and we can talk about who you're asking about. That's fine.
I was told to contact Melissa about my pay.
Okay.
So I responded, can she call me or can I call her?
And Melissa, just to the record's clear, is Melissa Goddard, right?
Yes,
She's Steph Diggs' bookkeeper.
that's what I was told.
She's the person who wrote that email on December 4th informing you that you had been already paid for 2 of the 3 weeks you were looking for, right?
I didn't receive that email.
Understood. So you were asking if she could call you or you could call her, right?
I was told to
You were
reach out
told
to
you
her.
could talk to her, right?
Yes,
And you never called her, did you?
yes, I did.
What did you say in the second
I
text
asked him
bullet?
for the number.
I'm sorry, and
I
what did
asked him for Miss Melissa Goddard's number.
the number is right on the email that you got in text form.
But that was later time.
This was December 4th. The email is from December 4th. The text message you're about to read is 5 days later, December 9th.
What I'm trying to say to you is that that text message was sent at a later date to me.
On December 9th, you acknowledged to Sunny that you knew you had been overpaid. I'm sorry.
Overpaid?
I'm sorry.
Underpaid.
You knew that 4 of the $6,000 you were seeking, you had already received. And the last week that you hadn't been paid for was the week you weren't there. And now if you can read this text message that you sent to Steph Diggs on that same day, December 9th.
Hi, so I looked over the payments. Are you not paying me for the week you told me to go home? If not, that's fine. And just from my past employers, when I'm asked not to work, I'm still paid because I'm only with them for the season. It was supposed to say them. It said the season.
So that takes care of all of the weeks that you said you weren't paid for on December 1st, right?
The weeks that I sent to him calculated was adding in that week.
Right. 2 weeks you had already been paid for. 1 week you didn't work, and you told Steph on December 9th, if you don't want to pay that, that's fine. Right?
Yes.
All right. You also sought $3,179.06 in reimbursement for money you claimed you spent on groceries.
Yes.
That was on December 1st.
That's the day I sent the email.
Okay.
The text to Sunny.
And you knew that you needed to submit receipts to justify that level of expense on groceries.
That's what I did. Yes.
Is your testimony here under oath that you submitted receipts justifying $3,179.06 spent on groceries out of your money?
It was messed up. Was off. Something was off. Some receipts were the wrong receipt and we cleared it up.
So something was messed up about that,
Yes.
money, right?
Yes.
You talked about an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Melissa asked you to return an NDA, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. Sunny asked me.
You received an email from Melissa Goddard on December 13th, right?
Melissa and Sunny, I was having problems with the email, the same email.
Yes or no question, ma'am?
I can't answer that correctly.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You recognize that as an email you received from Melissa Goddard on December 13th?
Yes,
And the subject line is NDA payment?
yes,
She tells you she's Melissa, Mr. Diggs's bookkeeper, right?
yes,
So you hadn't talked to her before December 13th because she's introducing herself right now.
yes,
Okay. She says, please return the completed NDA provided to you by Sunny to this email address, right?
yes,
This is required for employment with Mr. Diggs or any of his entities. Right?
yes. That's what
Sunny
I
has
said.
an NDA, doesn't she?
I'm not sure.
You don't know?
I don't talk to Sunny about her business, but Mr. Diggs.
All right. You had some text messages with Mr. Diggs on December 13th, right after you got that email, didn't you?
I don't recall the date. I would like to see.
Let's go back to Exhibit 4. It's tab D, page 195. Let me know when you're there, please. You there?
Mm-hmm.
And again, this big blue text bubble right here at the top, that's from you, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you write to Steph on December 13, 2025, you sitting here playing in my face. It's 700 some comments and none saying you effing Lindsay. Not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog, you're still talking about that blog, that anonymous blog that caused you to get mad at Steph on December 2nd, right? When he chose to believe Lindsay over you. I'll clarify. Thank you, Mr. Virtue. On December 13th, you're still mad about the issue that led to Steph believing Lindsay over you.
from my recollection, he didn't.
I'm sorry. On December 13th,
I can't answer that question correctly without the previous text from Mr. Diggs.
you write not a one. So if I told someone that, why it's not in a blog? You believe it and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face. Isn't that what you said?
Yes,
Okay. You were mad about the NDA because you thought you had to sign it because Steph believed you leaked something, right?
yes.
Didn't have anything to do with an assault.
What did you say? I don't understand your
You
question.
thought the fact that you were being asked to sign an NDA was an indication that Stefon still didn't trust you.
No,
right?
no.
But you're talking about Lindsay and a blog to him the same day you get an email from Melissa asking you to sign an NDA, right?
Stefon knew that. I know.
Yes
so
or no
I
question,
can't
ma'am.
answer that question without explaining.
If I told someone that why it's not in a blog, you believe it and now sign an NDA. Those are your words, right?
It was now signing day after you assault me. I had information on you.
You didn't
And you
say
think I
any-
was leaving.
Ma'am, it's not responsive. You didn't say anything about an assault when you talked about an NDA. Did you?
It does not change the fact that I was assaulted.
You talked about Lindsay in a blog and he
It
believed in
does not
Lindsay.
change the fact I was assaulted.
The first time you connected an NDA with an assault was when you went in to talk to Officer Ellis on December 16th to make a police report, right?
Yes, because I noticed the behavior.
And that was the same officer that you didn't need to be honest with about some of the details about your relationship with Steph, what happened on December 2nd, when you left your position, why you went back to his house on December 9th. True?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat it?
All of those things that you said to Officer Ellis on December 16th were not true. You had a fight with Stefon Diggs on December 2nd over text about Lindsay and a blog and him believing Lindsay. Not about money, right?
It was about money. The last text that I sent to Mr. Diggs was about money.
It was a bit of a compound question.
Yes. It's true, Your Honor. Let's turn back to the text messages between you and Steph after you sent that text message to him on the 13th, connecting the NDA with Steph's believing Lindsay.
I didn't say believe in Lindsay.
Then there's no question in front of you at the moment.
You and Stefon got in another text argument about that issue, right? And if you could turn to page 201. The green bubble is Stefon, right?
Yes.
And he writes to you on December 13th. Here you go. Don't worry about Melissa, and you don't got to worry about working moving forward. I never told nobody not to pay you. They said you owed money. You knew that, right?
No.
You knew that Melissa calculated the receipts that you submitted and determined that you had been overpaid, didn't you?
No.
Okay. They said you owed money, says Steph to you on December 13th. Here go that bread you was supposedly owed, I guess. That's what he said to you, right?
Yes.
And he Apple paid you $2,000, didn't he?
Yes.
And then he left another $2,000 on the stair railing in his home for you.
And that was for the week that I was there.
That was for the week of December 9th when you worked, right?
Yes.
And he asked you 3 times in your text message, what else do I owe you? And you never gave him a number, did you?
I said they owe me grocery. I had given Sonny the grocery reimbursement, the person that was my contact for giving receipts to.
I thought you just testified there was a mix-up with the numbers.
Yes, but I had talked to her about that. We had came up with the exact numbers after she added up the receipts.
You understood that Steph fired you that day, right?
I was leaving.
Okay. But you waited until he told you you don't have to work here anymore, and he paid you $4,000.
I came back for my money because I didn't have money to leave.
So the record's clear. You came back on December 9th.
To get my money that I was owed.
You worked. And then on December 13th, Steph told you you didn't need to work there anymore, right?
I'd already had in my mind that I was quitting. I just came back to get my money.
You were furious with Steph on December 13th, weren't you?
No.
No?
No.
Do you remember that Shy Charles was actually at Steph's house that day?
Yes.
And she was braiding his hair.
Yes.
And she was staying downstairs. She was going to stay overnight.
Yes.
And she finished braiding his hair around midnight.
Yes.
And then you came down from your room to talk to Shy.
Yes.
And you did that because she was your friend.
My coworker. We were cool.
And she's the person you spent that week in New York with? December 2nd, the day you were supposedly assaulted, until December 9th, when you came back to the Dedham house, right? And you sat with Shy and you talked to her until 3 in the morning, didn't you?
Yes.
You told her you were finished with Steph Diggs, didn't you?
I told her in the middle of the week I was coming back to get my money, and I was trying not to be there when she came to braid his hair.
You made Shy a kind of confession in that conversation, didn't you?
A kind of confession?
Yeah. You told her Steph was going to pay.
No, I did not. I do not recall.
I'm going to remind you you're under oath, and I'll ask you that question again. Did you or did you not sit with Shy Charles on December 13th, a few hours after you were fired from your job, and tell Shy that Steph Diggs was going to pay?
No.
Did you tell Shy you were going to sue Stefon?
No.
So after you were fired on the 13th, you stayed in the house, I think you said 2 more days, right?
I wasn't fired.
After Steph Diggs told you you didn't need to work there anymore and paid you all the money
That day you went back
that
to.
you claimed you were owed, you stayed in the house for 2 more days, right?
I had to get a plane ticket and I had to find somewhere to stay.
Okay. And then when you left his house, you went to the Dedham police station.
No.
You went to the Dedham police station on December 16th.
I left his house on the 15th.
You testified, and on your direct examination, you left on the 16th.
I left Stefon's house on the 15th. I went to the Dedham police station on the 16th.
Okay. And you told them he'd assaulted you 14 days before.
On December the 2nd.
And you had to pick a day that was long enough ago that it would explain why you didn't have any injuries, right?
Objection.
This date.
Part of the lesson you were going to teach Steph was to make a false police report. Isn't that true?
Objection.
This date.
Well, I'll ask a different question. Your report that you made, it's missing a lot of detail. Would you agree?
Yes. I was afraid to tell the relationship between me and Stefon Diggs.
It's missing more than that.
No,
right?
it's not.
In your opinion, it isn't. Okay.
It's missing more of the text that was shared in the morning.
Okay.
It would have exposed a lot of things, and I still was trying to protect him and myself.
You actually recanted your own statements, didn't you?
No, I can't.
So you know the criminal complaint in this case issued on December 29th. Right? You know
What? No, I don't know that.
Well, you were the complainant in the case. Is it your testimony you weren't notified that this case was going to be brought forward to the court?
I don't recall. I don't.
It was big news.
I don't. No one reached to me that I recollect.
You reached out to Steph's girlfriend at the time after this complaint was made public, right?
Because in the police report, I had not listened to the voice note. I just read the voice note. I was afraid she knew. I was afraid.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
I can't answer that question.
After this complaint became public on December 29th, you reached out to Steph's girlfriend, didn't you?
I can't recall the date, but yes.
May I approach your honor?
Counsel actually approached sidebar. All right, jurors, we are going to be recessing for the day. And I want to remind you not to discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, family members, or friends. And I also want to state you're not to allow anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. I'm going to ask you not to stop in the public areas of the courthouse, to leave the courthouse directly, and then tomorrow morning to return directly to the jury room, all right? And again, you must not read, watch, or listen any news accounts or media reports about this case. Read, watch, or listen any news accounts or media reports about this case, and you must not conduct any independent investigation of any kind, including on the internet or otherwise. So please keep an open mind. Do not form or express any opinions about the case until it is submitted to you for your deliberation. We will resume tomorrow. I'm going to ask you to be in the jury room by 8:45. All right. With all of that caution, have a nice night, and thank you for your attention today.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Jurors that exited this court stands in a recess.
Okay, so that's day one. Y'all know we got day two coming up. You'll be back on Cross. Keep her up there. Keep the heat on her. That fire to that butt.
Up to you. Okay.
I can't believe the state brought these charges against him. I'm almost mad at the state as much as I'm mad at her because why would they even bring this mess? I mean, really.
Sometimes else, sometimes Z.
I think that's half of my problem that's irritating me in regards to stuff. It's like they knew what kind of case they had, at least what kind of case they thought they had, right? And then they come to find out, you know, they know that she was on video twerking, doing her one too, right?
All right.
Come on. And her mom sitting there embarrassed. Her mom was like this. Time out, time out. He's trying to call a time out. He's trying to call an audible. That's what she was trying to do. Okay.
Don't forget homework.
Yeah. Okay. So we will have day two starting tomorrow at 6 a.m. Yeah, he was with Cardi B at that time. You said they think that this is such a joke. Okay, at least in my mind. For that part. Okay, so we have okay. So we will be back in court tomorrow for this trial at 6 a.m. They start pretty early for my West Coast people. So just so y'all know, they'll be starting at 6 because they are on the East Coast. I know that we did not get to the Fulio trial today because we covered our other trial that we were in with Josie. So we may have to do some switcheroo tomorrow, but I'll figure it out. This trial shouldn't be that much longer. I think like maybe another day or so, if that. So that shouldn't be long. Yeah, she'll be back tomorrow. Yep. So make sure you have your notification bell on. I will put out the thing in 1 second for tomorrow, the notification bell for that tomorrow. We'll go into this one actually first. And then we will, I think we'll probably go into our Julio Fulio trial and catch up. You didn't see that timeout? Let me show you. I'll show you. Look. Wait a minute. I'll show you real quick. Because it wasn't that far back. Let me see.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Turning your
Mm-mm. Wait a minute. I'm trying to find it. I should have took the minute marker down, but I was like, I'll just go back and look at it. I think it was after this last break he took. I'll tell you some things. I know it's in here. I just gotta find it was at an afternoon. After they came back from the break. And I think she was already on the stand. I think they had came up for a sidebar, and her mom, she was like, she did just like this. She had to be on the stand at that point in time.
What you
I'll find it. It's somewhere close to this end part. I thought I was gonna be able to find it real quick for us, but
to that.
It took a minute. I don't ever do responsible. I'm so irresponsible. Because I knew I seen it and I was like, she get from where she at. I found it in some type of way.
And if you
For y'all to see it. But yeah, she definitely did it. She was like, that's exactly what she was doing. All right, so yeah, I'll find it and clip it up when I can go through the video. I'll go through it and be able to scrub it a little finer because I can pull it out and find it. So tomorrow, 6 o'clock, we'll be in here for day 2 of this. We'll start off our trial with this because she'll be back on the stand tomorrow. Once we get finished with that, then we'll go into our folio for today because we'll be one day behind, so we're gonna have to catch up. And we'll do it. They only did 6 hours today, so we'll do that on 1.5 speed for the most part. And then we'll go into our other trial and we'll flip it out. But we'll get it all done in some way, shape, form, and fashion. But I definitely appreciate everybody hanging on and hanging in here with me. We had a good day. We got a lot accomplished. We got something to throw something into the mix because boy, oh boy, this is something else, boy. If I knew this was going to be as fiery as it was, we would have started this trial early this morning. Like, wake us up. You talk about wake you up, baby. Here we go. So we will see. But awesome, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to the chat. Make sure you go check out Florida Defense Team. Lisa, here is her link. She is going to be putting a video up tonight. So if you want a legal breakdown on exactly what's going on in regards to the case, that's the best place to go. So go over there and check her out. Okay. Yeah, we'll watch it early. I know Kat was doing it earlier and I seen it, but I was like, we'll do it on a back end. Only because I know she covering the Folio trial. We covering 3 trials now. We covering this, Folio, and Josie. So we out here. We in these streets. We trying to be in all the courtrooms. So yeah, so we'll be on the back end of everything else. But yes, guys, definitely go check out Florida Defense Team. Y'all know I love Cat. Yeah, that's my next best place to say to go check it out. If you don't want to come over here and hang with us, but I'll start at 6 in the morning with this one, and we'll figure it out. All right, guys, I'm gonna put our outro song on, and I will see you guys in the morning.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're family. In the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl should tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's chosen, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone be seated. Jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility alone. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout this trial. This case has involved a heightened level of public attention. Despite that, you have remained focused on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law as I instructed you. That is exactly what is required, and it is essential to the fair administration of justice. I recognize that serving as a juror in any case can be demanding, and in a case such as this, it may have required additional patience and sacrifice. The court is grateful for the seriousness and integrity with which you have carried out your responsibilities. Now that your service is complete, you are free to discuss the case with others if you choose, but you are not required to do so. You should not feel any obligation to speak with anyone, including members of the media. If you are approached, you may simply decline. Whether or not to speak is entirely your decision. All I can say is that on behalf of the court and the parties, thank you again for your public service, and you are now excused with the thanks of the court.
All rise, jurors, please step down.
Stefon Diggs, sir, you've been found not guilty on the following charges: strangulation or suffocation and assault and battery. Such charges
May be seated.
will automatically be sealed by the Office of the Commissioner of Probation and the Clerk's Office, unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want the charges sealed, using the request not to seal court records under General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 100C form, which is available on mass.gov. The request not to seal form must be sent to the Office of the Commissioner of Probation by mail or email to the addresses provided on the form. If you want copies of any documents associated with these charges, you must request them immediately before the charges are sealed. Once the charges are sealed, you will not have access to related documents unless you file a motion with the court asking to unseal. Sir, you've been found not guilty. You're free to go, sir.
Court, all rise.
Just all media, you can step outside now, media, please.
This court stands at a recess.
You folks can set up outside now, okay? You can
Thank
set
you,
up
appreciate
outside for me. Thank you.
Wow, just laugh at it. What does he do from
Please
here?
step out. Please step out.
Yeah.
Please. Yep. Thank you. No problem.
What does he do from here? He has to read, like what? Do. Wow, oh wow. He's probably about to go digging. Wait a minute. I'm glad they came out of this shit. Quick. Mom, either they didn't prep her right or they didn't have the case right. Whatever it was, he's not guilty. So sad. I can't believe the state even brought this case up. That's another thing that really like mind boggles me in regards to this. Like they actually brought this case. They brought this case up. Why? They knew what evidence they had. They knew what things that they had to consider. I just don't understand. Who knows? No, we didn't. They didn't show her at all. They only showed him. I don't even know if she was there for the murder. She probably was at home. Pretty sure I wanted to see her face really, really bad. Nope. She probably was at home. Hey. So sad. So sad. We didn't see her face. She's probably at home. Caused all this heartache, all this. For those that missed, show y'all.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count one, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has recorded it. Upon your oath, you say that the defendant is not guilty of the count of strangulation or suffocation and not guilty of the count of assault and battery. So say you, Madam Forelady?
Yes.
So say all members of the jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Jurors, please be seated for a moment. Everyone jurors, I told you during this trial and in my instructions that the verdict was your responsibility and your responsibility. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for your careful attention and your service throughout.
I mean, that was very, you know, sometimes it's just good to have a break in regards to seeing trials where people are actually unalive or murdered to see any civil trials, but in the same token, see any civil trials and see how people are doing during these period of time is really, really hard. Yeah, what a relief. Yes, that's mom over there talking. Yeah, that's mom right here. Yeah, you can see it. They got the same eyes. I see the same eyes between the two. But it's just sad that they had to come to all of this, and I don't know what she thought she was going to get out of this. I think that she can sue if there's any way to do something left over. Remember, when you are talking about a civil suit, it's less of a verdict than what you're talking about now, but now she gets a part of it. Um, less way that she will win. Yeah, and I know it would be good that we would say that she want to try to sue him, right? That would be the thing. But I think the problem becomes is that even if she tries to sue him or he tries to sue her, what is he gonna sue her for? I guess it's just to make the point at that point in time, and then he will have to pay for his attorneys, his legal fees, and things like that to get that across, right? And he will probably win. Now, civilly, there is less of a burden that she has to prove in order to win her case in a civil court, per se. But does she really want to go through all of that? I mean, I don't know if she will win after, because he would always bring up this criminal case, right? Yeah, but if he countersues with all his lawyer fees and different things like that, that he will have to pay, would it make a difference at this point in time? I'm only asking because I see a lot of people saying he should sue. And remember, this is criminal. So it's not like a civil suit where yeah, I get it. I'm talking when you talk about being quick to the point. I did not think that they would finish their verdict by today. I would say that part did surprise me. It really did. Yeah. I agree. I think that, yeah, what he gonna get? That's my part. Pretty. What is he gonna get? She done messed this all up. If anything, he done got what he needed, proving his name, proving his point. What I would like to see is not so much that he has to sue. How about we have some kind of law enforced when people bring these bad inflammatory lawsuits against people that are not, that the person is deemed to be not guilty? How about the state pick up that cost and they press charges for taking them through this type of stuff? If it was some way where the state can pick up charges and actually press charges against her or do something in regards to defaming his name, then that's what we should do. I don't want him to have to come out another dime or another nickel in regards to this. Yeah, and for the case even to get here, right, Derek? Yeah, so when we talking about him actually doing something, I want the state to do something. Why did they bring these charges? Why don't they refund him for this money? They know what kind of case they had. When we even get beyond her, like, she took this stuff to them. They said, oh, we got a case. Let's try to get him. You say you called 10 minutes. Yes, he was found not guilty, T-Mac. He was found not guilty. Welcome in to all the new subscribers, new subs. Everybody is hanging out with us with the Sweet Pea Gang. Yeah, it was definitely worth the watch. But you know what harms me is that the persona or the things that people have in their mind once things are sent out there, and she really messed up her own case. I think that all the things with the judge striking some of her testimony, talking too much on the stand, I think she messed up her own case. Besides her not going and filing a complaint immediately and taking photos. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem. You know, part of his quote unquote circus. His circus that she said that she didn't want to be part of, but she decided that she wanted to try out for. And he decided he was not taking her to Miami. So that was just too much. That's the big part, Billy. And I agree exactly with you on 38. 384. It makes it hard for the real victims. And what happens is us as a public and us as the media or whatever you want to call us in this, on these YouTube streets or anything where you watching this from the outside looking in, we scrutinize everything. We looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb because of people like her that come through, don't have the evidence, don't have the documentation, don't have the things that they needed. It's the same thing that happened with the Cardi B trial. Just Cardi B just took a lot longer. Yeah, so when we look at these celebrities, we're like, but dang, when the case come up, we're like, okay, what did they really do? And if they really did anything, what's really going on here? And then, you know, I know everybody want to say, okay, hopefully he learned a lesson. Hopefully he learned some things. But guys, I mean, if we being real with ourselves in regards to what things are going on, Stefon Diggs is no different than anybody else out here. Any other man that don't have a whole bunch of money. I mean, come on, let's keep it all the way above. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it for anybody, but I mean, this is what men do all day long. They have a whole bunch of women and whatever they do what they do. It's just that he has some money attached to it and she got her feelings hurt and she decided that she was going to do whatever she needed to do to get her business started, leave him and figure out something else. Yeah. She said, yes, Amber Heard made it. It's so difficult to believe these people. And it's such a shame. And it's really, really sad for real victims out here. So any real victims out here, we're not saying that you shouldn't stand up and that you may be even afraid to stand up. But with real victims, they have the proof, they have the evidence, they have the things in order to prove what really happened to them. And this just wasn't it. And it really, really makes it sad. Makes it sad. And that's the thing, Billy. I really hope that he has some bounce back, some recourse, and he okay after this. Earl, I ain't even gonna post your comment because you just left off. Earl, you so funny. You put the just kidding behind it. And Pretty Brown said, even if you don't have proof, just talk to somebody that you trust. Yeah, it got to be something different than what she did. For the jury to come back this quick, there's no doubt in my mind. Like I told y'all before, from her defiance on the stand and how she was, and she did not make a good case for herself. Nobody else had to do anything because she did it to herself. Even when the state was on direct exam, a lot of her answers were stricken because she couldn't answer them. So it wasn't that the defense was crossing her up or anybody else was crossing her up. She didn't answer. She couldn't even answer on the state questions. And we just replayed everything that the state testified to. And what she said when she was on the state, we just listened to her testimony again. Hopefully you guys were here to see it. And even on state, like she couldn't even answer a dang on question correctly. She couldn't answer it without being defensive. She couldn't answer it without explanation. She couldn't explain away those things. That's right. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, but the bladder says exactly. I didn't believe David was guilty until I saw the evidence. Well, with the David situation, what I will say, this is just to each his own. Right now, if we going by what the world of the law says, he is innocent right now. I also think that's a big problem. Like we want to be very transparent with the public and what we know and what we don't know and how things are portrayed. I think that is, either we gonna say that the law is you are guilty until you prove it innocent once it's filed in court, or either it's innocent until proven guilty. Because just like a Gabber and just like myself, when we see certain evidence and we see certain things, and remember, that's only the state's portion. That is not the defense portion at this point in time. That it's kind of hard to get over that burden that you're not guilty. Just some things to think about. It was so quick. I thought it was a murder trial. Oh my gosh, we was in a murder trial for forever. This is a lesson. Trial watching should be in public schools. Yeah. She was mad at the questionnaire. She was mad. Can you imagine trying to have an argument with her in real life? Ugh. No, you're not going to have an argument with her. You might as well bang your head up against the wall. Prosecutors should have not tried this case. I don't think they should have either, Derek. Yeah, she definitely fights dirty. You said all courts should be streamed and televised. Yeah, we wish. Oh my God, that man, her parents all should be charged. Y'all are funny. She said she was trying to protect him because of his profession, but when they asked her questions about his profession, she ain't know nothing. She was a liar. A liar that lies, Pretty Brown, is what we learning. You say whoever that DA is should be in trouble for bringing this case to trial. Derek, why do you think they brought this case? Do you think it was because of his status in as being an NFL player in Boston? Why do you think they brought this case? I'm just curious. Why do we think that this case even made it here? Like money? Yeah, because it's an NFL player. Man, oh man. It's this was really quick, y'all. He was charged up in December too. This wasn't just like I was really surprised when I heard he was going to trial. And 5 months later. Yeah, now that's really, really question. What are they doing over there in Massachusetts with this? Hear ye. You're going to honorable court of the whatever, and all this dramatic stuff of intros and stuff. Is that what they concentrating on? I mean, really. Mm, 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 mm. I tell you. Well, I guess, we live and we learn, and hopefully he learns from this, and hopefully, God do something different in the future. But he ain't no different than other men out here. I ain't gonna say all men, but other men out here. He just got a money attached to it, and I just don't know what you do with that. Like, are we supposed to be mad at that? I don't know. I just wish people. I just hate when things like this happen, and it turns out to be the person that's not guilty. And like these actual accusations have been made. It's very hurtful because there's going to be a real victim in the stands. Unfortunately, at some point in time, while we trial watching, it may not be this year, it may not be next year, maybe years down the line. We are trial watching that is really having this issue that it has really happened to. We're going to take it for granted and not believe them. It's just not fair. The real victim. I mean, that's just, the truth of the matter. And it's sad. It's just sad. Those are my thoughts in regards to it. But I definitely appreciate everybody for coming and hanging out with us with this, I guess, day. I guess you can call it a 2-day trial, or maybe a day and a half trial. We were not in here really, really long. We do have um, our Fulio trial that we are covering, that we are streaming in another room. I'm not sure if any of you guys are watching the Fulio trial or have been following that one. We are more than happy to have you over as we look at the hooligans. Is what I would like to call them at this point in time. The hooligans. That's what they are. The hooligans. The hooligans. The hooligans. Oh, we got the hooligans in the other room. Trying. Look at his mom. Oh God. I'm telling you, her mom was giving her a timeout from the bench, y'all. Watch the short that I created where she was out there giving her a timeout. Like, look, just in case y'all don't know, mom was over there on the bench, like time out, time out. I was like, oh my gosh, they really doing it. Don't do that. I was about to lose my hair. Like, oh my gosh, she did this. We caught her on camera doing that. Like, she even knew this was all messed up. She went home when she came back in and she started right back off where she left off. They bullshit. I can't answer that question the way you want me to answer. I can't answer that. What do you mean? Yes or no? Did you write the email or did you not? Did you see the email? Did your attorney ask for this money? What is going on? Yes or no? She can do that. You know, I digress. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right, guys. Well, if you are interested in seeing the Fulio trial, we are over now. I did drop the link. Once we end this stream here, it will take you over to the Fulio trial. I want to say thank you to all the mods, the chat, all the subs, all the new members that joined the Sweet Pea Gang today. It's truly appreciated. I hope you'll come back. We in the courtrooms every day. That's what I would like to say. And I do me every day. Right now we covering 3 trials. We were in the Stefon Diggs. We are also in the Fulio Freedom trial, and we are in Josie Dykerman at this point in time. So any of those trials, if you're interested in them, come hang out with us. We fun. I promise we don't bite. Y'all tell them that y'all don't bite. And that's not the greatest chat in the world. All right, guys, I will see you over there in the Fulio trial. If you decide to join us, it's heating up over there. Boy, oh boy. I guess the biggest question at this point in time is a lot of people say that they are cooked. They're not going to be cooked. And what I mean by cooked is mean that they are guilty. For the most part. Will they receive a DP or will they not? That is the question in my mind because I don't see how any of them wiggle out of this situation that they're coming in. But we shall see. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I'll see you over there at the studio.